Okay, I think we can get started. The slides are going to get less dynamic from here on out, so I hope you all enjoyed that. For those online who might not know me, my name is Mia, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the 2022 Mid-Year MWA project meeting. And I know we're all desperate for when we can travel again and be together in person, but I'd just like to thank everyone for participating in these virtual and hybrid meetings. It's a real privilege to be standing here in Western Australia and still be able to reach all of our researchers around the world and to hear from you as well. So, next slide. First off, I'd like to acknowledge Australia's traditional owners, in particular the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, whose land I'm presenting from today, and the Wadjuri Yamaji country on which the MWA telescope was built. And we pay our respect to their elders, past, present and emerging. Australia's Indigenous elders are considered by many to be the world's first astronomers, and we are very proud to be given use of their ancestral land to make new scientific discoveries with the MWA, or Gelgamanu, meaning the ear that listens to the sky. Now we have a great lineup of science talks today and tomorrow, and I know we're all keen to dive in. Just some quick housekeeping for this local hub. I'd like to give special thanks to CSIRO for hosting us at their beautiful building, and especially to Beth Cloak and George Heald and Kieran, as we couldn't have done it without you. This building is right between the Pawsey Supercomputing Centre, which you all know is the place where MWA data is stored, and the Curtin Brodie Hall building, where most of the people in this room work, including the MWA operations team. So I'm very glad to help get all of your steps in for today. Now, across the hallway from us is the seminar room, which is where food and drinks will be provided at breaks. And the bathrooms are across from that room. And if you want barista-made coffee, you have to go up the ramp at, after 9 a.m. If we need to evacuate, the assembly point is back out the front door in the car park. It's not working, but not on the road, obviously. And that's it. I'll be here to help throughout the meeting if anyone has any questions. And remember that there will be a prize for best talk, a MWA t-shirt and a soft laptop cover awarded by the principal scientist. So please give it your all. And now I will hand over to our first presenter, Chair of the Board, Phil Edwards.
Thanks, Mia. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who has joined. I'm joining today from the Barossa Valley, where the CSIRO 18F science team is having a retreat. So I am joining from Ngadjuri country and want to pay my respects to elders past and present, and to add my acknowledgement and of the Wadjuri Yamaji as the traditional owners of the lands on which the MRO is located. Thanks to Mia and the LOC for organising this meeting. It's a great program that has been prepared for it. Unfortunately, because of the 18F Science Retreat, I'm unable to attend all of the meeting, but look forward to hearing how it has gone and the few talks that I can get to. It's been great since the last project meeting to see the number and the variety of MWA results that have been published. And this meeting is a great chance to connect across all the projects and see the great work that is being done. And that's all I have to say. Let's hop right into it. I look forward to Stephen and Chris's updates coming next. Thanks, Mia.
Thanks, Phil. We'll just set up.
Cool. Thanks, Mia. Thanks, Phil. I'd like to add my acknowledgement to the traditional owners of all the lands that we traverse in order to execute the MWA project, and there are many across the country. And I add my acknowledgement to any First Nations countries and peoples represented from the people joining the call today from anywhere in the world. And thanks for everyone online for joining, and thanks for the locals for turning out earlier than usual. My opening slide just reminds all of us that the MWA is a combination of great technologies, great locations, and great people. Most of these people or entities have physically visited the MWA, and without exception, I think everyone really enjoys the experience of meeting the telescope in person. And it has been the people this year that have absolutely carried our project. As you'll all be aware, it's been a pretty difficult year to date. And the team have been responsible for bringing online the new correlator, replacing the old correlator. But you'll be aware that the MWA has been hit by lightning a couple of times. Teams have been disrupted by COVID-19 a couple of times. So it has, I think, been probably the most challenging year of operations out of the decade that we have been operating. And the fact that the MWA is still operational and is at this point almost at full operations capacity is a massive testament to the team in general. In particular, the people who spend a lot of time out in the field doing the maintenance, monitoring the health of the instrument, doing repairs. But the people doing the endless repairs back in the lab here, the operations team, the management team, the board, and all of you who continue to churn out the really amazing results from MWA data. So yeah, just as an opening statement, I want to really thank everyone for doing your part to make the MWA a continued success. I'm not going to talk all that much about science, so I don't want to steal the thunder of the principal scientist, but I do think that we are entering a really exciting new phase in low frequency radio astronomy. So I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes from my personal point of view, go through a couple of things that I find particularly exciting. The MWA EOR team is absolutely firing on all cylinders. EOR is the headline science case for SKA-Low and headline science for the Murchison Wide Field Array, as well as other low frequency facilities around the world. And it is a tough gig, and it's been a grind over the years because it is such a difficult problem. But it feels like the EOR team's really getting to the point where they're coming to grips with lots of different things. Illustrated by the fact that they've produced 13 papers in the last 12 months, so better than one per 12 months. And what's really cool, I think, is that there have been 12 different first authors for those papers, so lots of lead contributors. And it's also spread across 6 different lead organisations. So that's pretty astonishing. So this really is an international, distributed, but highly focused effort. And I'm aware that the team's about to launch the processing of approximately 200 hours worth of data, which goes way beyond the level of data processing that's occurred before. And again, that's due to the efforts of the team, the software, the hardware, computing, all the different elements that go into that to sneak up on the problem. So that in itself is really exciting. And I'm sure I'm not the only person in the room who's absolutely blown away by JWST. We all knew it was coming. We all knew it was going to be great, but I think it's exceeded the expectations of almost everyone. JWST will be observing at least some of the luminous objects that are causing reionization. So it strikes me that with JWST performing amazingly, directly observing these objects for the very first time in significant numbers, and the MWA coming to the point of really starting to get to grips with the 21 centimetre observation of the EOR, the next 5 to 10 years, I think, are going to be unbelievably exciting for EOR in general. On one hand, you're going to be observing the first luminous objects, or at least some of them. Those little red dots, is that the be-all and end-all of the luminous objects producing the ionizing radiation, or are there other things that, in fact, JWST can't observe? Well, I think 21 centimetre EOR is the answer, because it's the ultimate calorimeter. This ionizing radiation is affecting the neutral hydrogen. If you can directly observe how much energy is being dumped into that neutral hydrogen directly, that gives you a very strong boundary condition on reionization, and matching that up against JWST observations, I think is going to be game-changing in terms of early universe cosmology. So on the right, of course, I've got the JWST image that saturates my social media feed, and on the left, slightly less well-known, but still amazing image from our EOR team. So I think that's an enormous opportunity for the next 5 to 10 years. It is the case that SKA is a decade away. JWST is going to pump out these data immediately. So for established, mature 21 centimetre cosmology facilities in existence now and operating, this is a huge opportunity, I think. So this just shows that this is not something that's theoretical and future looking. This is happening now. So this is a gravitationally lensed cluster of galaxies. Pay no attention to the exact size of the dots or anything else. This figure for illustration purposes only. But this is a gravitationally lensed cluster right in the middle of the EOR field, for which we have lots of hours of observations with the MWA. And this is going to be one of the first and deepest targets for JWST. So this is happening now, and you'll note that this JWST program is led from one of our colleagues from Swinburne University, also here in Australia. So I think this is enormously exciting. I think this is going to uncover pretty quickly information that is going to change the game. And in my view, the MWA should be right at the leading edge of part of that activity. So I think that's incredibly exciting. Other areas that we are pushing into really dramatically. So new realms in low frequency transient science. So the number of transients emerging out of large scale surveys, such as GleamX, are getting really, really interesting. So of course, there's the Nature paper recently this year from Natasha and others. This 18-minute period object, possibly magnetar. So on the right-hand side is some of the incredible data that has led to this discovery and conclusion. And not just the discovery, but the ability to follow up this object and really drill down into the data and extract lots of really interesting information. So again, combination of the data, the instrument, and actually the archive was critically important in this, but also the broader team, everyone adding their bits of experience to the interpretation. It's been pretty amazing. So Natasha tells me that the number of interesting objects is reaching double figures, in fact, and there are some things that look as interesting or more interesting than this particular object. I'm not going to go through lots of other things, but I think other areas that are really noteworthy, the pulsars, discoveries emerging from the SMART survey, which is a really deeply impressive amount of work, and a little bit similar to EOR and GleamX and some of our other large-scale things. It takes quite a long time to collect the data, get through the processing, understand the systematics, get the algorithms in place. But now that most of that is in place, the discoveries are really, really picking up. And similarly in other areas. And I I note the area of solar and heliospheric research. There is now a very steady flow of deeply impressive technical papers and scientific papers. So the sun is a special case. It's a dynamic range challenge, and there's been incredible work to go into calibration and imaging of these data, and really impressive results. Down on the bottom is just some of the results of polarization calibration imaging with the MWA of the sun. It's a little bit out of order, but this is the first few shovelfuls of ore out of the Natasha Hurley Walker transient gold mine, and these three are, I'm told, uninteresting. Natasha wouldn't give me the flashing plots for the really interesting ones, and rightly so. But these are the sorts of things that are popping out of automated pipelines that are getting ever more sophisticated. So again, over the next 5 years, I think this is a field that's really going to open up. Transients at low frequencies and even centimetre wavelength have got a little bit of a bad rap over the years, and there have been some pretty famous papers saying that not a great deal is expected to be detected, mainly looking at the extragalactic point of view. But what the MWA is starting to show is that there's enormous richness in the transient universe if you put the time in to collect vast amounts of data and go through some algorithm development. So the scientific returns from the MWA just at the moment are really exceptional. Of course, an overnight success, 10 years in the making, but I really think point towards the next 5 to 10 years as really, really exciting in the lead up to the SKA and concurrently with missions like JWST. So it is a good time to have a look back and think about what's occurred over the last decade with respect to the MWA. I think we all know that it's a great success. It's all there in front of us, the papers, the discoveries, the impact in the media, and all sorts of things. But what I thought we should do is take a pretty independent, straight up, brutal assessment of what has been the economic and social impact of the MWA. So we commissioned Ernst & Young to produce a report for us. It is now publicly available. You can download it from the front page of the MWA website. And it goes through lots of different aspects of the investment that's gone into the MWA and what the return has been. And I'm not an economist. None of us are economists. They are economists, and they go through a calculation of the input investment and the output return. So we understand the scientific return, but it turns out that the MWA has been enormously impactful economically as well. For every dollar spent on the MWA in Australia, it's generated $2 of GDP. I didn't know if that was impressive or not. So I asked the consultants to sort of put that into some context, and they said, yeah, that's better than light rail, it's better than bridges, it's better than all sorts of things that we know and love in terms of infrastructure investments. So that's impressive, really, really impressive. A lot of that return has been focused around Western Australia and regional Western Australia. Moreover, they did some really interesting research that, probably strictly speaking, I should have done, where they looked around different facilities around the world of a similar scale and nature, and done a comparison of the return on investment, basically. And they've found that the MWA has the same impact as comparable facilities, but the MWA having half the operations FTE and 1/5 the operations budget. The case study in particular is a telescope called APEX, which is a pathfinder instrument for ALMA, which is still in operation as a standalone facility. MWA produces as many papers and as much scientific impact as Apex, with a fifth of the operations budget and half the operations FTE. That's both impressive and depressing. We should have a larger operations budget. Of course, they found that the MWA plays a crucial role for the SKA, not only supporting the next generation of radio astronomers, the people who will be leading SKA science in the 2030s and beyond, but the MWA is literally the infrastructure platform that supports the prototyping efforts for antennas, electronics, software for SKA-Low. So that in itself has a huge impact. All of that involves industry and translation to industry. And happily, they found the future prospects for excellent returns from continued investment. So I would encourage you to just have a look at that report. It's pretty comprehensive, it's relatively long, but there's not a bad summary up front. So this is the sort of thing we need to do in order to convince non-astronomers that investments into these sorts of things are worthwhile. Right, so what's coming up in the future? So the last few slides I'm going to run through what we think the plan is going forward, although I can't reveal absolutely everything until after the board meeting on Friday. But as you know, we're moving towards the phase 3 MWA, so-called phase 3. Yeah, don't smile, Mark. You look exactly the same though. It's impressive. Clearly working for the SKA is not stressful enough. But the phase 3 MWA involves some pretty significant upgrades of our basic system. You all know that the MWAX correlator is now complete, deployed and operational, and that's been an enormous success and well done to the team. And it wasn't a second before time, as it turns out. The old correlator was definitely on its last legs. We are working on a new receiver suite. So a little bit complicated, but Randall and the team have managed to build up 2 new receivers based on National Instruments hardware that we've had for a fair amount of time. And they're being deployed into the system as the 17th and 18th receivers. The utility of those receivers is very, very high because the old receivers are also on their last legs. So they've already been able to fill a couple of gaps with existing receiver failures already. But mainly the utility of the 17th receiver was to exercise the system with a number different to 16 and a number different to 128 to make sure that all the bits of software in the system would be able to deal with more receivers when they come along. So the main game for the new receivers is work that's been undertaken by our colleagues at the Shanghai Astronomical Observatory in collaboration with Principal Engineer Randall and his team to build up a fleet of 16 new receivers, modern electronics, etc. Prototype receiver is complete and under final review, and it's looking really, really good. Production run for those 16 receivers should commence shortly. There's a bit of work to do on the technical and engineering front and also the approvals front to package those receivers so that they comply with MRO requirements and also go through the approvals process with CSIRO. But the photos, yeah, from top left show brand spanking new receivers coming off the production line 11 years ago. And Mark, of course, was the main player in that effort, along with our industry partners. On the right-hand side up the top, that's the 17th and 18th receivers. Very, very neat and tidy, work really well straight out of the box. Jake Jones is a genius. But then down on the bottom are the main game for the phase 3 receivers from Shanghai Astronomical Observatory. You can see also very neat and tidy, and going through final testing. So that's from a technical development point of view, that's looking really, really good. So the end state, in broad terms, should be the existence of 16 new receivers. We're going to endeavour to continue to operate the 16 existing receivers for as long as they can survive. And we have the 2 National Instruments receivers in there as well. So the goal will be to, as close as possible, operate 32 receivers servicing the entirety of the 256 tiles. The new correlator MWAX is scoped and will operate across 256 tiles. So that's the goal. So basically continued and significantly enhanced scientific capabilities. 256 tiles, 4 times the baselines, 4 times the data rate, unfortunately, and twice the sensitivity. There's a few operational benefits and operational drawbacks that accrue. There's some unders and overs. The longevity of the existing receivers will certainly be helped by not having to reconfigure and physically move those receivers between long and short baseline arrays. So that's a bit of a win for the old receivers. So it's a bit of an operations savings, but of course there's increased power usage, there's increased data volume, so it's going to cost more overall. We'll have higher time and frequency resolution thanks to the new correlator, and the goal will be to dovetail seamlessly with the emergence of an operational SKA-Low and operate the MWA until sort of 2028, 2029, at which point we can switch off and start using the SKA. But it wouldn't be a director's update unless there was a but. We're embarking on the development of new receivers because the existing receivers are very old. They actually have no right to be still operating as they are. I think that's a testament to the receivers themselves and the design going back a decade, but it's also a testament to the team actually nursing these receivers through. It is true, though, that they are failing now in ways that they have never failed before. Due to the fact that we've existed on flat operations funding over the last decade, and as you know, when you have flat funding, inflation is not, even though it has been low up until recently, it does mean that you go backwards in real terms. So it has been true over the course of operations, we haven't really been able to continuously reinvest in the facility in a way that we should be able to. That's aside from things like MWAX that are sort of one-off investments. So the existing receivers are frail, they are fragile, they are failing. And we have many other elements of our computing infrastructure that are way beyond end of life. So, you know, power supplies pop, capacitors pop, boards die, all sorts of things happen. So we are at a particular point in our development. The implication of the aging electronics infrastructure is that we spend an increasingly large amount of time in the field nursing this gear back to health. It's very reactive. And so we can no longer, financially or from a human resources point of view, continue to reactively undertake almost continuous maintenance. At the same time, reconfigure and operate the array and undertake all the background engineering required to get phase 3 into the field. So we're at a particular inflection point, and in order to move into phase 3 as quickly as possible and therefore mitigate against the risk of catastrophic failures, we need to make some choices now. I'm not in a position to talk about what those choices might be. I have put forward a specific plan to the board, and we will discuss those plans on Friday at the board meeting. So stay tuned for next week when we will be able to reveal what we're going to do next. Related is the funding status of the project. So looking towards phase 3, really positive aspect is that the non-Australian partners have committed $3.5 million to undertake the phase 3 upgrade. So this will fund that background engineering required to get the receivers out to the field and the receivers themselves. It is the case, though, that flat funding for operations will no longer cut it. We need an absolute minimum of a 10% increment on our funding just to remain, as Tom keeps telling me, heads above water, which is basically how we've operated for the last decade. That obviously comes with risks. More than a 10% increment would be great, but it is a pretty tough funding environment at the moment. So the remaining piece of the puzzle for the MWA operations funding is the Australian contribution to operations, which comes through the NCRIS program, which is administered by Astronomy Australia Limited. My understanding is that within 2 or 3 months, we'll have at least an initial answer that will cover us for the next 2 to 3 years. But it is a really challenging funding environment, and I'm working all angles really hard to obtain that funding. So I'm talking with multiple potential stakeholders. But by the end of 2023, we should understand where we are, and we should have actually by then progressed some of the background work for phase 3. The consequences of not getting a good decision are pretty high impact. For the MWA program, obviously, the science community, obviously a decade out from having SKA-Low, you don't want to turn off your #1 precursor. And the impacts for the SKA program itself are very substantial. So we're talking in detail with the SKA Observatory about the path forward for that as well. So in summary, MWA is doing increasingly amazing work, which is incredible a decade in. And if I track the trajectory of our main science programs, it's been a really amazing development from day one. So many of our programs require lots of different things, so much data, incredible teams of people working together, large-scale supercomputing, and these are really tough problems that you just creep up on. I've watched other low-frequency facilities over the years make a big splash, retract results. The MWA hasn't done all of that. There's just been this really linear, impressive progress that is now yielding incredible results. And as I said at the start, I think the next 5 to 10 years is going to be even more amazing. The impact of the MWA has been astonishing, and when you consider that relative to the funding inputs, it is just unbelievable. There is no other facility in the world that can claim as much bang for buck. Obviously, the MWA is critically important for the SKA in many different dimensions, and we hope that will remain true for the next 5 to 10 years as well. Really good news that the guts of the phase 3 upgrade have been worked on for quite some time, are well under control from a technical point of view, and from the point of view of funding the actual upgrade itself financially is also in reasonable shape. Fair bit of the enabling engineering needs to be undertaken, and we need to go through an approvals loop to get the kit out to the field. However, after a decade of operations and lack of reinvestment, our system is very, very fragile. It's equally astonishing that it's still working, thanks to the team. Waiting on a funding decision in Australia, and we should have that relatively soon. So that's a pretty complex environment at the moment. To sort of sum up, there is a specific plan that's been put forward. So stay tuned for that next week, following the board meeting on Friday. But it is all in the direction of getting to that phase 3 scope as quickly as possible, dramatically increasing the scientific capability of the MWA, preserving its support of the SKA-Low development process, and preparing all of you guys, hopefully, for glorious careers in the MWA, in the SKA. No, in the MWA. Both. Why not? So that's all I've got. I'll leave it there, and happy to take any questions from people in the room or online or whatever.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. Are there any questions in the room? I do have a mic, so I can run to you if necessary. Yes, Ramesh. This is just so that people can hear you online.
Yeah, because this came up quite a few times in your slides. Maybe this is one of the things that will be updated after the board meeting. It's clear that there will be an interesting phase when we will be operating with a combination of old and new receivers. But you said as old receivers start to give up, and so from what I could gather, at the moment there is no immediate plan to have additional shower receivers or.
Yeah.
Is that the case?
Not at this point. We would, roughly speaking, need another $3.5 million to enable another 16 receivers. So that's not on the cards. I think we're immensely fortunate to have the opportunity to have 16 new receivers. But as I said, not reconfiguring, not moving the old receivers around, having the two NI receivers in there as sort of backups, helps mitigate against that. But I think it's naive to think that those old receivers are going to last indefinitely. They could go up in a puff of smoke tomorrow collectively. Yeah. If I say that, it won't happen.
All right, so I think we'll pass over to Chris now. Thank you again, Stephen.
Okay.
Hopefully you can see everything. Let's move that down there. Mia, can you just give me a thumbs up to make sure I can see everything? You can see everything?
Yes, that's excellent. That's great.
Fantastic. Cool beans. Okay, good morning, everyone, or good evening, or wherever you are in the world. I'm Chris. Hopefully most of you know me. I'm your MWA principal scientist. I'm calling in from Bologna here in Italy, where it is summer. And I'm going to give you an update on a bunch of the cool science. This is mostly going to be devoted to things that have happened over the last 6 months. But, in this period where we've transitioned from phase 2 to phase 3, as Stephen sort of mentioned in his talk, it's a good time to kind of look back a little bit on how far we've come. And so the scope of this talk is perhaps a bit broader than just the last 6 months. We're starting off with, MWA papers by the numbers, something that we always like to see in these talks. In the last 6 months since the last project meeting, we've had 21 MWA papers accepted and 21 MWA related papers, not just collaboration ones, but external papers as well. We've had 8 collaboration papers submitted, which is really cool. So that brings us to a total of 167 papers and 118 external papers, which is really great. In terms of these citation statistics, which these graphs are all available on the website, and we're getting into the territory now where the number of citations starts to look a little bit awkward on the y-axis in total for the collaboration papers. But you can see that we are gaining citations really nicely. As Steve mentioned in his talk, the MWA is having fantastic impact, and we are getting citations coming in thick and fast at an accelerating rate to a broad variety of different papers. And one of the fun things to note is that over the last 6 months, the collaboration papers have gained a kilo site, which is kind of fun. I think this is the first time since I've taken over that number has been greater than 1,000, which is pretty cool. So onto the science, which is where I start to get really excited. Because science is fun and I get really hyped about talking about other people's science, let alone my own. We have in the MWA 5 different science working groups, 5, not 4. We have the epoch of reionization. We have galactic and extragalactic. We have transients, and of course, you know, I can hardly resist showing the first of the ultra long period magnetars pulse profile, or SHI, so the heliospheric and ionospheric. And we have also the pulsars and fast transients group, which is really now coalesced into its own separate entity. And so the MWA continues to deliver across the broad range of science themes. And so I've got, you know, the rest of my slides kind of talk about the highlights from each of these different working groups. So let's start with the EOR as, you know, one of the biggest science cases. And this is a plot that many of you will have seen before, showing what has become known as the power law of the power spectrum, showing all of the different parameter space over which the search for EOR and cosmic dawn is occurring. And all of these particular papers that I've highlighted here in orange are the MWA results. So really showing the MWA is having big impacts, pushing the limits of pushing lower the limits of you know, the parameter space and constraining this signal. And this has been delivered by advances across many fronts. The MWA, the EOR project is a long-term goal, and the extent to which the EOR detection necessitates a detailed, deep understanding of every single stage in the process. Your instrument, your data, your sky, your software, what you're doing to the data at every single step is fantastic. It necessitates this huge team, this huge international effort, and is kind of an inspiration to everyone, and certainly myself in my own science, pushing the quality of my own work. But these advances have been delivered by a huge amount of work in terms of data, looking at RFI excision and impact, combining multiple seasons, pushing into a different parameter space by going to the ultra low frequencies, looking at ionospheric conditioning and various of the corrections that need to be applied to the data. On the instrumental front, detailed and deep understanding of your beams and how things get weird at the beam horizon interactions. Pushing the boundaries of our software with things like hyperdrive and hyperbeam, developing this unified calibration framework, and also making sure you understand really your input sky model to the greatest extent possible with things like Woden, and also understanding that sky and what the sky actually looks like. With on the extragalactic front, you've got work like Lobes, led by Christine Lynch, which, you know, gave us this fantastic detailed high-resolution catalog for the EOR fields in the surrounding area, and diffuse galactic foreground in a paper by Ruby Byrne. And as someone who loves polarization, this work is really cool, because polarization is super cool, and it's super cool to study the galactic emission, not just as a foreground, but for its own science case, because, you know, someone's foreground contaminant is someone else's science. But really, the take home from the EOR side of things is that we're in this huge renaissance that is driven by code, data, and methodologies, and it is ECRs who are doing the overwhelming majority of this heavy lifting work. And we've got more from Nichole, from Pyxie, from Mike and Takumi coming up imminently after my talk. So you will get the details from the actual experts driving this work very, very soon. Galactic and extragalactic, you know, everything else that doesn't fit broadly into one of the other science groups, there's a lot of stuff been going on. Very recently, a paper on NGC 2663 combining MWA and ASCAP data, looking at the physics of jet collimation. One of the highlights was a work that I was involved in, led by Stefan Duchesne on this complex emerging cluster ABL3266, studying the physics of cluster of these diffuse radio sources in clusters, which is this complex task. So really we're looking at cluster archaeology here, studying fossils and relics and remnants and whatnot. The MWA, as you know, has this fantastic unparalleled fractional bandwidth, and in this particular paper by Kat Ross, you can really see the impact of this work because these multi-season, multi-epoch broadband radio SEDs, Kat was able to use the MWA's fantastic broad bandwidth to really look at the variability of these sources. And this was one of the ones that I seem to remember that Kat identified as one of her favorites. And really the low frequency data is absolutely key here to study the physics of the low frequency spectral variability and really answer this question for, you know, the first time without going to VLBI scales. And we will have more from Kat on this project tomorrow morning, so stay tuned, tune in. And finally, also quite recently, this paper using some of the public data on a particular giant radio galaxy to study the aging of these sources, and really shows that even though we're in 2022, GLEAM happened quite a while ago, the scientific legacy of GLEAM is still really showing strong. And speaking of which, we know about GLEAM. I wanted to give a shout out to Natasha on being awarded the Anne Breen Prize at the recent ASA meeting for the GLEAM catalogue. And GLEAM had a massive science legacy, many of the outcomes of which have emerged over the years since it all kind of happened. Many of these were unforeseen or, necessitated new techniques, new approaches, new software, and really kind of drives home the value of these massive legacy projects. GLEAM-X is underway with the first data release having occurred this year. And sensitivity is fantastic, the resolution is fantastic, so many sources, and the full survey is coming over the coming years. One of the things I really love about GLEAM-X is that polarization and transient searches are being done as standard. So, I did POGs and we had to do an aftermarket reprocessing. Don't have to do that with GLEAM-X. Polarization is considered as part of the process. So really, it's going to be fantastic to see what happens with GLEAM-X over the coming years. And so really, GLEAM's great, but GLEAM-X is going to be totally fantastic. That's where we're going. Pulsars and fast transients. Really, the key thing is the key thing that's going on in this group is the Smart Pulsar survey, which is cataloging the whole sky in high time resolution mode. You can think of this as the low frequency counterpart to the Parkes high time resolution survey. To date, they've got 123 known pulsar detections, although Ramesh may correct me later in his talk if that number is out of date, and 3 new and exotic pulsar discoveries. And really, there's huge legacy value to this survey. There's going to be so much more to discover. One of the recent highlights is the paper from Dilpreet Kaur and collaborators looking at data from the MWA, UGMRT, and Parkes using the ultra-wide low receiver, and really shows that there's minimal pulse profile evolution across a huge lever arm in frequency, which has big implications for pulsar timing array science, which is one of the huge things that the SKA is going to do. So this is, again, we're laying key groundwork for the SKA. And one of the things that's really cool is Dilpreet is a fantastic artist, and I can highly recommend you check out some of the art that Dilpreet has made to accompany the papers. So this is just fantastic. And we'll have more from Ramesh and the Pulsars and Fast Transient Science Working Group after coffee, so stay tuned for the latest updates. Transient science is something that's also really exploded, if you'll pardon the pun, with the MWA recently, with all kinds of different novel approaches. such as space domain awareness, which is becoming a huge thing with the increasing amount of stuff that is up there in the vicinity of the Earth. So this is an example from a paper by Prabhu et al. Earlier this year, using near-field imaging of the International Space Station. And this is, it's low-cost, high-yield science using, reflected radio transmissions. A couple of papers by Jun Tian and collaborators cropped up and really grabbed my attention. Looking at triggering on FRB-like signals, putting some of the most stringent low-frequency limits on the fluence of these transient sources, and looking at the advances that we can get from the standard correlator mode, but then going on to triggering voltage capture data, which allows us to go quite a bit deeper. And it's going to be really interesting once the LIGO and Virgo gravitational wave searches get undergoing in 04, as we'll be able to look at low latency or even negative latency searches for these things. And of course, I could hardly mention transients without talking about the ultra-long period magnetar, which is the first of the ultra-long period magnetars, I should say, the first of many. Interesting objects. This thing's bright, it's slow, and it's extremely highly polarized, and it shows this fun, cool pulse profile evolution. And it's just an extremely unusual object, and we're looking forward to seeing more as more of these weird and wonderful objects are found from things like GleamX and some of Natasha's galactic plane monitoring campaigns. So it's a really cool time to be involved in transient science. It's fantastic. On the SHI front, we have John Morgan and collaborators have recently submitted the paper for the phase 2 MWA IPS survey, which has just thousands of significant scintillators and quite a number of tentative scintillators as well. So really the key thing with the scintillation is that we're identifying sources with significant sub-arc second structure at low frequencies without needing to go to the high-cost, highly complex VLBI regime. And so really the number of sources is really expanding massively. There's over 9,000 different scintillating sources of various degrees. This is a paper that Stephen also identified, the completion of air cars in full polarization, which really allows you to do high dynamic range force dopes calibration and unlocks full spectral polarimetric snapshot solar imaging. And you can see the improvement in image fidelity, dynamic range, and the much flatter noise that you get from incorporating the polarization calibration, which is the result that you see on the right, versus just the standard continuum calibration, which is what you see on the left. And that enables the solar folks to study all these the physics of these CMEs in much greater detail than has been possible before. And it's really cool. Again, as a polarization person, massively respect the effort required to go to this and the physics that you can get out of this. So huge congratulations. And also ionospheric scintillation from a paper by Angie Wazowski and collaborators. Even though this is older data, this is some really cool work on actually deriving metrics for quantifying ionospheric activity, which is extremely cool. So that's kind of the end of my science highlights, and there's a little bit of a personnel update that needs mentioning. This is somewhat common knowledge now, but Ben McKinley from Curtin has been serving as the MWA Deputy Principal Scientist for the last year or so. And Ben has been absolutely instrumental in commissioning of MWAX and an essential member of the management team, being able to provide principal scientists the contacts directly on the ground there at Curtin while I've been over here in Italy. But Ben is moving on to join the new Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. That's quite a lot of different groups in one as a policy officer. So I wanted to give Ben a bit of a shout out and personally thank him for all of his efforts over the commissioning of MWAX and over the past year, just being an absolute legend, and review some of Ben's some of Ben's work. So he's been involved in plenty of fun experiments, studying using the moon to look at galactic synchrotron backgrounds. But he's also spent a lot of his research career working on extragalactic stuff, despite being someone who is nominally a member of the EOR group. As I said earlier, you know, someone else's foreground is someone else's science. So from one of Ben's earlier papers looking at ultra broadband SEDs for Fornax A, through to 2018, using some MWA 32 tile data to study Centaurus A, which you see in the left-hand panel here. And finally, one of the more recent ones using phase 1 and phase 2 data to study Cen A in just utterly spectacular detail, unlocking all kinds of new physics. And so, yeah, massive thanks to Ben for all of your efforts and all the best for your new career. Keep in touch. We look forward to seeing what you're going to do in the future. So to summarize, MWA is a fantastic science instrument across the full range of science themes. On the EOR side, we've got the deepest limits through a broad range of advances. You're going to hear more very imminently. Transients are just the range of science is exploding, pun intended. Pulsars and fast transients, SMART is really gaining momentum. New pulsar discoveries are coming fast. They're rolling off the conveyor belts. On the SHI side, we're understanding solar weather, tackling the ionosphere, and finding literally thousands of scintillating sources. And GEG, well, GEG is studying everything else, cluster paleontology, AGN physics on a wide variety of scales, jet physics, and really the legacy of Gleam and the looking forward to the legacy of GleamX has been one of the highlights of the last few months. This renaissance has been driven by new capabilities, new data, and new techniques, and an extremely deep understanding of the instrument, which is really heavily driven by ECRs. So thank you to everyone who has been involved in so much of this work and making the MWA the success that it is. If you have any questions, you can reach out to the principal scientists via that email address, or you can reach myself and or the MWA via Twitter. And I will say thanks for listening and take questions.
Any questions from the room? I'll invite Nichole to come up and start preparing for her talk. Due to Mike's talk being cut short by about 9 or 10 minutes, we've sort of run a little bit over already, but don't feel pressured to wrap your talk up any faster. Are there any questions online? Doesn't look like it. Anyone in the room? It's this. No, excellent. Thanks again, Chris. I really loved your pop culture references in particular. You got some good feedback in this room. Okay, sorry. We had it and then it went away. Chris, if you could. Oh no, you're not sharing. That's fine.
Try again.
Yep. We do have another cable we can try.
Okay.
Sometimes it likes this one better.
Yes. Interesting.
And the chair of the EOR session is Dr. Shintaro Yoshiura. So any questions in the chat, he'll be looking out for those. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful, thanks. Right, so I want to talk about a bonanza of science from the EOR perspective. Essentially, this talk is going to be about how all of these people are enabling my science and how I'm basically using their brain power to do stuff. And I'm really quite lost without them. I recently moved to Perth. I've only been here like a year or so, and this is roughly like 80% of the EOR group at Curtin, and so I feel quite privileged that I'm here because these are people who are doing great things. But I would be remiss not to mention that the EOR group is quite expansive and worldwide. Something that Stephen mentioned at the beginning is we have quite a few lead institutions, and they're all contributing, especially our new partners from Japan as well. It's been quite a bonanza of science. But to get underway, what I really want to talk about is I'm going to show images. Trust me, it's not just going to be power spectra today. I would like to show a brief little thing about the beam sensitivity first, because that's going to play an important role to the science that I'm going to show. This is what you would see if you were lying flat on your back and looking straight up at the MWA. If you were the MWA instrument, you would have a primary lobe in the middle and these side lobes towards the edge. However, this is a discrete beam model, and so you can't do simulations with this discrete beam model. You can't do analytic simulations. So you can actually decompose this into a series of Gaussians. And if you do that, you can take a Fourier transform, an analytic Fourier transform, and you get Gaussians back out. And so instead of relying on FFTs to generate what the Fourier response of your beam sensitivity is, you can generate analytic beam responses in UV space. And this is what that corresponding Gaussian decomposition of the beam looks like. Obviously not perfect, but it does capture a significant amount of the sensitivity. And so what that allowed us to do was to do end-to-end semi-analytic simulations of the analysis itself and really test the parameters of the beam for EOR science. This is work I did with Aman Chokshi at University of Melbourne. And the two lessons we really learned from that were really the effects of beam reconstruction in optimal map making. And we tested some limitations to try to determine what the requirements were for EOR science. And we also discovered that there are inherent errors from the beam interacting with the horizon, and this is regardless of what basis you use. You can use spherical harmonics, great, whatever. You can use Gaussians, great, whatever. However, if you have a hard edge where the beam goes from having sensitivity to being zero sensitivity, you can't capture that hard edge in a basis, in a continuous basis. And so really pushing on from that, you can still calculate what that analytic response is from having the beam interact with the horizon. Instead of just a Gaussian decomposition, it's now a Gaussian decomposition multiplied by a spherical top hat or a cylindrical top hat. So now we can see in that image space, there is a harder horizon where the beam is. You have to do a convolution to get the analytic response. And that takes forever, but you can do it, and we did it. And it should be no surprise that in Fourier space that rings. And that rings at actually a very significant level. And the methodologies that we use to make images or make power spectra rely on having a finite beam kernel. And so if you can't capture this infinite beam kernel, you get some systematics, as you can see on the left here. This is a 1D power spectra. Really what I'm trying to compare here is if I can get those lines below that gray EOR level. And if I can, then I can measure the EOR. All right, so that was a brief little aside. One thing to note that this is a very, very small beam sensitivity level at the horizon. This is at 0.3%. So this is an edge of going from 0.3% to 0. Does the beam actually do that at the horizon, or is there a soft edge? We don't know. It's really difficult to simulate that in FECO simulations. But that paper was purely simulation. And so I wanted to apply this to data, and that's where we get into the science for today. So here is a residual image in uniform weighting of the EOR0 field using the discrete beam. You can see some diffuse smudges in the primary lobe, which, oh, no, we're back. Great. However, I wanted to use this new Gaussian decomposition of the beam to see if we can clean up this image, and you certainly can. So this is using that Gaussian decomposition. You can tell that the beam nulls are now significantly cleaned up, though the overall structure really hasn't changed because I'm not using a different model. This is not using a different sky model, sorry, using a different beam model. What that is allowing us to do is really probe what's happening towards the beam nulls. And if I expand this image out to include all the way down to the second side lobes at the horizon, you can see something popping out here, and that's the galactic plane. And this was really difficult to see with the discrete beam because this was so far down that it was interacting with that noisy beam null structure. And those with eagle eyes can also tell that there are rings that are coming off of the galactic plane. This is false structure. Essentially, this is due to the fact that the galactic plane lies along the horizon and is aliasing through. Well, that's bad. Because you can see from this image that it's actually one of the brightest things in our residuals. So our models need to include the galactic plane, perhaps for calibration, but for most certainly for subtraction itself. And this is very difficult because one, the galactic plane is hard to model, okay. And two, it's right on the horizon. The beam levels are extremely small and probably have lots of errors on them at that level. It's also extremely difficult for the methodologies that I use to analyze data to generate models at that level. So I use something called degridding, and it actually gets worse and worse and worse as you go towards the edge of the beam due to projection effects. And so I can't do this. I can't model this galactic plane with the infrastructure that I have. And that's where Jack comes in. Jack has built a GPU visibility simulator that calculates the analytic Rime equation for every single point source or Gaussian or shapelet sky model on the sky. And this encodes all of the W terms as well. So it can capture those projection effects towards the edge of the horizon. And GPUs are required because, again, there are many components on the sky. And in order to calculate analytic responses, you need GPUs, most certainly. This uses Chris Jordan's hyperbeam. You have to know what the beam response is at every point where you're calculating a source. And Woden has been published in JOS, and I've been using it extensively. In this GIF, you can see it's flicking between the simulation and data. You can barely tell that there's a difference. So this is really capturing that flux on the sky, that flux density. So if I put in a model for the galactic plane through Woden and add that to my sky model and subtract it, you can see that I am now subtracting a significant portion of the galactic plane. This is very preliminary, I will say. This is just one observation using a diffuse model that is not bespoke for the MWA or our frequencies at all, just scaled down. So you can tell I'm over subtracting it, obviously. But one thing that's very important to note from this flicking of the images is that aliasing from the galactic plane actually goes throughout the entire image at a significant level. So some of that structure in the primary lobe that we thought was diffuse structure is actually just rings from the galactic plane. So if we are to actually perform calibration using sources in the primary lobe, we actually have to model the galactic plane at the horizon. Otherwise, that ring structure will change the flux density of the sources, the point sources in the primary lobe, affecting our calibration. And just to show you that this does have an effect in the space of the measurement, I'm going to show 2D power spectra just briefly. So on the left here, I know you can't get away from it. On the left here, we have a schematic of what the 2D power spectra look like for us. Spatial Fourier modes on the x-axis, frequency Fourier modes on the y-axis. And we have some characteristic shapes we expect to see in the 2D power spectra. You don't have to understand how they got there. You just have to be able to read and compare between the different models what the differences are. So the main thing to really point out here, we have a model of just gleam point sources through Woden in the middle. We have a model of those same gleam point sources and the galactic plane on the right. The main difference shows up, well, a main difference shows up right next to the horizon line, as you can tell from the schematic. And this makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of power that's coming from the galactic plane, which is lying right on the horizon. And so you can kind of see this almost limb brightening effect right on that edge. In addition, you can see these coarse band harmonics, which are caused by flagging, also have a significant difference, and that's because they're essentially reflections of the wedge. They're little mini reflections of the wedge up in the window, in the EOR window, sorry, and so they also have a limb brightening effect. And in addition, you have increased contamination right in that sensitive EOR window spot due to this extra power at the horizon bleeding horizontally across many spatial Fourier modes. This is inherent to the FEE MWA instrumental beam model itself, that there is frequency structure caused by the beam that's inherent that we have to capture in that space. And so if I use this gleam model to calibrate and subtract alongside data, you can see the residual has that limb brightened horizon line still in its power because I didn't subtract it. But when I do include that galactic plane, you can tell that in power spectrum space that it is significantly reduced. This is just one observation. Again, this is just a test case. So that EOR window is just essentially noise at this point. Need to integrate more observations to see what the true effect is in the sensitive space of the measurement. But there's an issue regarding that because that galactic plane model was actually a discrete model of point sources. It took 11 million point sources to generate that model, and that took roughly 4 hours for an observation with Woden, the GPU-ified visibility simulator. That's not necessarily sustainable in terms of analyzing thousands of observations because that also took 24 GPUs to get just 4 hours with the 11 million sources. So we can do a back of the envelope calculation to see that that's not necessarily sustainable from a long-term point of view. So we have to reduce that information. Luckily, the discrete model is actually not necessarily the best way to model diffuse structure. One could use spherical harmonics and mode analysis to reconstruct full sky maps. And that's something that Mike has been doing with EDA2 data. We can attempt to do that in mode analysis with the MWA. And in that case, we can go from 11 million sources to something like a couple thousand components. If you have partial maps, however, you can't do that in mode analysis. So we've been looking at doing Gaussian decompositions of partial maps, and that's something that Jaden Cook already has infrastructure to do. So we're looking into that as well. There is some caveats with that, though. On the left here, this plot is basically showing a cut through the beam at the beam null, and you can see that there is for a like small amount of spatial scale on the sky, you have a large beam variation towards the beam null. And so if you're trying to calculate analytically using the Rime equation through Woden, what that one beam response would be, you would actually need to have multiple beam responses for one component, and you can't do that if your component is too large. So the components themselves have to be somewhat small towards the beam null, and so this is going to be a bit of an issue. But it's not a unsolvable problem, that's for sure. And so future directions for this work, certainly there should be some calibration effects from that galactic plane contribution, especially given that it rang throughout the entire primary lobe. And so Radima is just joined us here at Curtin, and she's going to be looking at hyperdrive calibration solutions from Chris, and one could imagine roping in the galactic plane contribution into that work as well. We also need to perhaps get more bespoke galactic plane models. You could tell that I over-subtracted the galactic plane by a bit. We can do better than that. And throwing more data into the pipeline once we've have some sort of resource mitigation in place. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Very much, Nichole. Any questions from local hub? Or please raise your hand if you have any question in chat or put it to chat.
We do have a couple here in the room. Should we go with them first?
Yes, please.
Thanks, Nichole. Super to see that enormous map. That was just incredible with the galactic plane on the horizon. I have a couple of questions from that. What's the model, what's the data that you are using to use for the galactic plane at the moment?
Right, that is, that was one observation from a zenith pointing of EOR 0 from 2014.
So that's your model, is some of the data that you have taken as part of the EOR observations?
The model itself of the galactic plane is the GDSM 2016 with the monopole removed.
Ah, okay.
So an old Haslam map.
Yeah.
We can do better, obviously.
Well, there's a Gleam galactic plane data release that might be helpful. It covers the galactic center.
Yeah, so we did include that. Actually, we were worried about double counting with the Gleam galactic plane model and including like a more diffuse based model of the galactic plane. A lot of that power is coming from the more diffusey bits of the galactic plane.
Yeah, that I don't see. Yeah.
Yeah. However, yeah, it's obviously not a great model. But we have been playing around with the galactic plane catalog as well.
Great. I just one more question, which was the horizon isn't a hard horizon,
right?
Low frequency, right? There's the ionosphere,
right?
The ionosphere can the ionosphere can kind of reflect.
That's the thing, is that like that's kind of the going theory, though there's no way to actually simulate that with the FECO simulations, in part because the FECO simulations are so fast, because you simulate an infinite ground plane, and thus by construction you have a hard edge.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of an open question of like, well, what is it actually doing at the horizon?
Probably.
This is obviously very doom and gloom with the simulations being a hard cut. Obviously it should taper off a bit, but how much is really the question.
I think the scary thing would be that it could be time variable, because if it's based on the ionosphere reflecting
and doing kind of like a reflecty up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun. My only final question, I don't know, just thought it was cool. I obviously am wired for detecting transients at the moment. If you go back to your Woden slide, I swear there's a source in there. There's very different brightness in the data versus the model, but we can find that offline if you like. Oh, there it is, right. So if you look at the middle and then bottom right, just to the bottom right of the middle, there's a not diffuse source that very much changes its brightness. Anyway, fun.
Is it for next day?
Thank you very much. I think it's time to move on to next speaker, I think.
I
Or
think
do
we
we
have
have
one more question in the room.
So the
please go ahead.
horizon, yeah, so the galactic plane in that particular part of the sky is pretty interesting. So the MWA beams are still smooth at that point, although they're going to have errors. How would this scenario express itself with the SKA-Low station configuration that has lower, but I think completely unpredictable side lobes near the horizon?
Right. I am very nervous about that because it only takes 0.3% to make it so you can almost not see the EOR. So that's very nerve-wracking. And even though there are significant errors towards the beam horizon edge here, you can tell that we are doing a pretty okay job with a test case of subtracting the galactic plane, and this is with an analytic continuous beam model. I doubt that we'll be able to do something like that with the SKA, and so there might be things that we are missing when we have to use a discrete beam model with the SKA.
I suppose the problem is this happens when EOR 0 is observable.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is supposed to be beautiful, clean data, right? This is EOR 0. It's like an extremely dark patch of the sky, zenith pointing, so the best like beam parameters essentially, and it's still there, and it's still the brightest thing left in our image. So the SKA will have a smaller field of view, but obviously that isn't that's still going to be an issue if the galactic plane is going to be aliasing throughout all of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there no more question? I think.
That's all.
Thank you very much. So yeah, thank you. Okay, next speaker we have Pyxie. Are you here?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please start share your slides, and if we can. She's talking about MWA antenna analysis using MWAX. Thanks.
I'm just having some trouble sharing my screen. Okay, can you see my slides?
I can see the WebEx.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
I can see your desktop, but I can't see the slides of your slides.
Okay. See it now?
Unfortunately, the same. I can see only the Firefox desktop.
Can you change the screen that you're sharing? We can see one of your screens.
Let me try. How about now?
I can see the I believe. I can see the PowerPoint.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Thanks for having me. My name is Pyxie Star, and I am going to be talking about uncovering the detailed antenna bandpass using MWAX, which is really kind of a fancy way of saying I looked at a lot of MWAX autocorrelation. So to give you,
I'm very sorry. I can see only the dark in the slide. Are you sure something now, or?
yes.
Is that only me, or?
It is maybe not updating when I change my slides.
Actually didn't, it stopped sharing when you went to full screen. So maybe if you just don't go full screen and go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that.
It wouldn't be a virtual conference without some technical troubles, so thank you, Pyxie.
Thank you. How is that now? Can you see the slide?
I can see your slide.
Can you see if I change slides?
We can, yes. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. So an overview, I'm going to talk about MWAX autocorrelations, or why we care about autos generally. The bandpass corrections that I apply to those autos, and what we find with those corrections applied, and what it all means. So why do we care about autocorrelations? We do a lot of our science with cross correlations for the EOR. And autos are important for a few reasons. One is that calibration is the limiting factor in our ability to do EOR science. And for the MWA, both Barry and Lee found that the spectral structure present in the crosses was also visible in the autos, but with less noise, which made the autocorrelations really powerful for calibration purposes. There was unfortunately some small differences in the spectral structure between the autos and the crosses due to nonlinearities that were coming in. With MWAX, though, we don't have the 4-bit quantization stage and the 8-bit asymmetric quantization stage that were present in the legacy correlator. So those autocorrelations give us a clearer picture of spectral structure and will potentially be even more valuable for calibration. Another thing that autocorrelations do is they give us a really strong picture of the bandpass for each tile, which means that we're able to potentially use them to diagnose systematics. So we're going to start out looking at a few MWAX autocorrelations. I've just pulled a few from a Zenith EOR high band observation of MWAX data. The only thing that I have done to these, they came out of the correlator, and I removed the digital gains and then averaged the entire observation in time, but no averaging in frequency. I've chosen 4 field tiles of different cable lengths and also a hex tile just to kind of see some differences. And when we look at these autos, you know, they look pretty smooth, pretty flat. Of course, there is this strong coarse band structure due to the polyphase filter bank, but otherwise they look pretty smooth. And also as we go through, they look pretty similar. We do see some, you know, rippling and some periodic structure, but overall they don't look dramatically different at this point. So the first correction to kind of start to get into the unique features for each tile is to remove sort of that most prominent structure we see, which is that polyphase filter bank periodic shape. So I used code by Jake Jones, who has provided this really excellent polyphase filter bank correction that you can see here for this bandpass. and I've calculated that with its code and divided it out. And that's in the orange line here plotted on top of the autocorrelation. And we can see that it does really diminish that pretty dramatic structure, but it's still kind of hard to see exactly what might be going on. And so something that we can do to get a closer look is to divide out a polynomial. So kind of zooming in and flattening out some of that overall polynomial shape in the autocorrelation. And when we do that, then wow, the cable reflection ripples really start to pop. And also we can see at the coarse band edges, it's pretty apparent that there are some residual artifacts coming from that polyphase shape subtraction. And I had some chatting with Jake about this, and there's a couple of things. Of course, the 5-bit quantization stage in the receivers is likely contributing some level of nonlinearity, which will make the subtraction not perfect. And also, I don't know if you noticed, but that correction shape is really flat on top, like a flat signal went in, but our signal doesn't come in flat. And so that will also lead to the polyphase filter bank correction not completely cleanly removing the shape. So this is excellent. We're starting to really see a lot more interesting things in this autocorrelation. And now kind of the two biggest artifacts are that cable ripple and those coarse band edges. So the next correction is to fit out and remove a cable reflection term, and also just to mask out those edge channels so that we're sort of, our eyes aren't caught by them and we're able to see more easily what else might be there. So what are we going to see in the following plots? So as we've already seen, there are some residuals from the polyphase filter bank correction that are revealed. We did see these in legacy data, and they're much improved in the MWAX autocorrelation, so that's really exciting. And in the following plots, we're also going to see it's an interesting structure. So we'll see a lot of kind of lumpy, humpy structure on the scale of 2 to 3 coarse bands. And then in the field tiles, this kind of larger scale, I think of as like a 2-hump structure, shows up often. And the hex tiles all have a pretty similar kind of larger scale 3-hump structure, which shows up in some field tiles as well. And many tiles show different shapes between their XX and YY polarizations. So here's our 90-meter cable. The cable reflection for the 90-meter divides out the least cleanly, so we still see artifacts from that. And also we see in particular this kind of 2-hump structure that's present in several of the field tiles. And going through, looking at a 230, and we see a lot of these kind of 2 to 3 coarse band scale sort of lumps and bumps throughout the bandpass. Similarly, looking at a 150, we see this particular tile has some pretty different structure between the 2 poles. We also see, again, sort of the overall 2-hump shape, and again, some of that lumpy behavior. Here's an example. This 320 is an example of one of the field tiles, which doesn't really have either that sort of overall 2-hump or 3-hump shape. And again, a lot of lumps and bumps to be found. Finally, looking at the hex tile, apologies, we see that kind of signature bandpass that the hex tiles tend to have. And again, that sort of large scale humpy structure gets kind of broken up by these smaller scale 2 to 3 coarse band lumps. So it's an interesting kind of collection of things that we see, a lot of kind of lumps and bumps and a lot of variation between the different antennas. So there are some similarities in this sort of large scale structure. The 2 to 3 coarse band lumps don't seem to have, that I found, so far, and there could be a closer look taken at this, but hasn't been immediately evident that they're sort of showing up in particular locations. They tend to kind of move around and be a little more unique. So the big kind of takeaways are that we do see a pretty unique spectral structure for each tile, which suggests that the autos are going to continue to be really important for our calibration of MWA data. And also the coarse band edges continue to be a problem and do have residuals that require some flagging or some other kind of mitigation. And so questions that I have are, where is this coming from? What are these kinds of large scale shapes originating from? What is the sort of lumpy, bumpy behavior coming from? And also, how much do we see the 5-bit quantization in the MWAX data? How much is that digital nonlinearity coming through? And finally, if we did some tweaking on the PFB correction, maybe sent in some signals that weren't flat and did some simulation with that, would we be able to more recover the coarse band edges? And with that, I would love to hear any questions that y'all might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pyxie. Is there any questions? Please raise your hand or please put it into chat room. Any question from Australia have?
Yes, we have a couple.
Yes, good.
Great talk, Pyxie. On that hex tile you showed, there was a sharp drop from one coarse band to another towards the end there, like the one right before 195. Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, so one of the things that we were kind of looking at or looking for is to determine, so the coarse band edges are flagged out. So we could imagine that if the residual PFB shape wasn't there and we recovered those, there's 8 channels missing in this plot, that maybe that discontinuity would not be quite so strong. We have looked a bit because there are several places where in the antennas where you kind of see some sort of dramatic drops. And one of the explorations we did was trying to see if those lined up with digital gain shifts, but haven't found anything that is a really strong yes, pointing to it being a digital gain jump kind of discontinuity. So it is interesting, I would say, that sort of these edge discontinuities are something that we've been looking at and are very interested in, but don't have an answer for where they're coming from yet.
Thank you.
One more.
Actually, question for Principal Engineer Randall. How much of this is going to be fixed or mitigated by the new receivers?
Hi, Pyxie, Randall here. Thank you for that. Well, I mean, I can't really answer Stephen's question. I actually had the same question about whether the discontinuities there coincided with the discontinuity in the digital gain. But I mean, without a physical understanding of where these things are coming from, it's hard to say whether they're going to be fixed or not. Certainly, the new receivers that will have full 8-bit samples rather than the 5-bit. And we've already started the process of sort of smoothing out the digital gains that are being applied. I think for historical reasons that are lost in time, they were a bit jumpy, which is probably not ideal. So we'll probably try and fix that as well. It's not oversampled when we're in compatibility mode. In the future, it can be oversampled. Yep. So, yep.
There's some crackling in this room. Can anyone who's not talking please mute your microphone? That might fix it. Otherwise, I think that's it from this room.
Great. No questions or no further questions from Pyxie? If so, thank you very much, Pyxie, again. Okay, let's move on to next speaker will be Mike, but he can't provide his talk today now, but instead we have his recorded talk, I believe.
Yeah, I will share it right now.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Please let me know if you can hear this online.
Harmonic transit interferometry. Before I dive into detail, I first want to give a bit of background on Spherical harmonics and why I want to use all-sky interferometry in the first place. So a major priority in low-frequency radio astronomy sciences is to gain a better understanding of early universe formation history. One way to achieve this is through probing the 21 centimeter line from neutral atomic hydrogen, originating from the epoch the first star started to form. However, measuring this 21 centimeter signal is not trivial, as it's swamped by galactic and extragalactic foregrounds prior to receiving it at the radio telescope. It's hard to disentangle these foregrounds, as they are 3 to 5 orders of magnitude brighter than the signals we desire. One way to combat this is through the creation of a multitude of all-sky maps, spanning a wide range of angular scales and frequencies, which can then be used to extract the 21 centimeter background signal. However, although smaller angular scale point source foregrounds are relatively well defined, low frequency diffuse emission, especially on the southern hemisphere, is not. This is mostly due to the complexity of observing the full celestial sphere. Generally, with a wide field interferometer, we do not directly measure the intensity on the sky, but instead measure the instantaneous correlated response between two antenna elements, which is then directly proportional to the temperature on the sky contaminated by our system characteristics. Generally, we can still solve for this through using a three-dimensional integral to recover the brightness or the intensity of the sky. However, this is often complex and computationally not feasible for even smaller 256 element systems. So generally, what one tends to do is approximate or assume a flat sky, where the three-dimensional integral reduces to a two-dimensional integral, which can then be easily solved using a two-dimensional Fourier transform. And then doing an inverse of this transform recovers the brightness or the image of the sky. However, this is at the cost of sacrificing wide-scale accuracy and also the ability to measure the full celestial sphere in a single imaging sweep. So often what one tends to do is take snapshots of individual timestamps and then mosaic them together into a single all-sky image. However, once you convert from measurement domain to image domain, you will lose the ability to recover information beyond what's present in these snapshots. So alternatively, instead of using circular polynomial functions to describe like the wavefront falling on a flat circular sky, we can go one dimension up and describe the signal we measure on the celestial sphere in spherical harmonic basis functions. So these basis functions are very similar to Fourier modes, and basically in this case, they are represented in this triangle where every basis function operates across the full sphere. And the rows in this case indicate spherical harmonic order, and the columns or angular scale, and the columns describe the variations of the representations of these basis functions that are represented within these angular scales. And basically what we have is we have three types of spherical harmonic basis functions. So we have the zonal spherical harmonics, which only vary latitudinally. We have the tesseral harmonics, which both vary latitudinally and longitudinally. And then we have the sectoral harmonics, which only vary longitudinally. And one important thing to notice is that the longitudinal variation is just a function of sines and cosines, which we can then align to the pole of Earth or Earth's rotation in order to expand our observations on the sky as a function of these Fourier modes or angular representations So in that case, we can then observe the full sky over a function of LST or local sidereal time within a spherical harmonic basis or frame. So generally how this works is we take the visibilities from our interferometric measurement equation and we Fourier transform them over LST to get our Fourier modes or M modes, how they are called in this case. We can then also expand our system characteristics in spherical harmonic base functions, which are called the beam coefficients. And then we can also expand the sky brightness, temperature, or intensity into spherical harmonic sky coefficients. And this reduces this three-dimensional integral equation to a simple set of linear equations, which no longer needs any complex calculation to be solved, but can be solved by any statistical linear algebra program, basically. And what this means in physical terms is that in this case, you don't directly measure the voltages of the sky, but you measure the angular disposition over time as a function of these Fourier modes and as a function of angular scale. And then recovering the sky in this case is basically the effect of just inverting your system out and then multiplying them again by spherical harmonic base functions to retrieve your image. So we've done this in one of our papers with a 159 megahertz sky map using the engineering development array shown in the top left right here, which is a 256 element wide field interferometer. And we use two 24 to 28 hour observations 7 months apart to filter out the sun. Since we're quite phase stable, we calibrate against the sun, and it was only a single observation at 0.9 megahertz band centered around 159 megahertz. The snapshots were we imaged or we measured the sky every 2 seconds, but we averaged to 1 minute since that's well within our angular resolution. And for our beams, we used the embedded single element responses, which are quite homogeneous. And it has been shown by Jones and Wade that we can recover up to 1% accuracy. And on another note, since we're now measuring in spherical harmonic basis and no longer directly in Fourier basis, we can't use the UV space. So we need to use spherical harmonic space instead. So we defined the spherical harmonic beam coverage, which shows the relative sensitivity of your system as a function of spherical harmonic order on the vertical axis and rank on the horizontal axis. And the 0, 0 order is basically the monopole and then the dipole, quadrupole, etc. So it showed that we even have around 10% sensitivity to the monopole. So we are able to measure that to some extent, which is really nice. And then we got this image out after the imaging process and deconvolution. And it can clearly be seen that we lack like a part of the sky above plus 60 degrees declination. And this is just due to the fact where the array is located, because it's at minus 26 degrees declination. So we cannot measure above 63 degrees declination. So in order to account for this, we used prior fitting and regression. However, this also is like one big caveat, because generally one can't just invert this beam coefficient matrix or the beam transfer function coefficients, as we often have more baselines than that we have unknowns to solve for. And also, in order to solve for this, we can't just use the least squares, for example, because we lack information on the sky. So there would be an infinite amount of possibilities to solve for this. So we need to do some form of regression, as shown by Eastwood, like Tikhonov regularization, where we need an ad hoc method to constrain our modes, and then also can use prior information to better constrain missing information or missing scales. However, this is always a trade-off in focusing on large and small angular scale, and you will inevitably generate some form of bias, as we have shown in our 159 megahertz paper, and we needed to correct for this. So alternatively, you can counteract this immediately if you have full coverage across the full declaration range with your system. And this is where the M-mode method really lends itself, because it's a full linear process. So we can use multiple systems to describe the sky as if it were a single system. And in systems, in this case, I mean multiple different arrays. So you can just stack them up basically, and you can do the same. So you do it for your visibilities, and you do it for your system characteristics or your beam coefficients. And then basically what you do is you just do a least squares to approximate the sky coefficients instead of having to do regression and bias your results some way. So generally, to show how this works, we've done simulations. So we use the EDA2 array layouts, the same one we used to make the 159 megahertz sky map. And we also grabbed the layout of a LoFar, low band antenna station, because they are like spaced enough in latitude that they can cover the full sky, assuming horizon to horizon sensitivity. And this is how a low band station looks like in LoFar. So we then just used dipole antennas over a ground plane for the beam patterns, and then we just used 24 hours worth of simulated visibilities to image the sky. And here we show like what the different systems see at different LSTs. So LoFar is located in the Netherlands in the northern hemisphere. EDA2 is on the southern hemisphere in Perth, Western Australia. And then this is how their joint beam add up. So they cover the full declaration range, and in the middle region, they even have a large region of overlap where they both have more than enough sensitivity to cover the full sky, to cover that region on the sky. And then when we push it through our pipeline, we first use the reduced array just for testing. And then here on the left, this is if we would individually image with the LoFar array down here. This is if we would individually image just with this reduced EDA2 array. And this is if we would image it using the joint modes of the both arrays. And we can see that it represents both regions of the sky equally well as independently imaging, and it accounts for regions of overlap very well. Another nice thing that can be seen is in the beam coefficients. You can see that the joint relative sensitivity increases for regions of overlap, which is important because you can get more information because you have more angular resolution due to the joint systems. So this is how they look when you include both arrays, and you can see this definitely improves the sky map, although in the EDA2 example, we do get some negative bending at the edge because of a drop in sensitivity of our field of view. And due to the cumulative methods of this M-mode method, this will bias the end result somewhat if you image it as a joint system. But this can be corrected for as long as the other system has enough sensitivity. We will get back to this. But we will also show another great functionality of this method, because it's not only just being able to jointly image, it's also being able to better constrain what we see on the sky. So this is how that sky image looks in moleweed projection, and it's still a dirty image, so it still needs to be cleaned. But just to give everyone an idea of how this joint M-mode image looks like. But the true power of this method lies into the fact that not only this allows for the joint imaging using both systems in a single imaging sweep, but it also allows for better constraints on compact sources due to improved point spread functions. So the LBA PSF in this case is located here on the left, and the EDA2 PSF is located on the right. And the LBA one is smaller because it's a larger array in diameter. And then we can see in regions of overlap, the PSF of the joint system is actually significantly better than both individual PSFs, whereas the side lobes are a lot further suppressed. This is especially clear when you look at just a slice through zero delta declination, where you can clearly see that, for example, here the purple line is EDA2, the orange line is LBA, and then the blue line is EDA2 and LBA. And you can see that the first side lobe is almost already completely suppressed, and then the main lobe is a bit of a combination of both systems, of course, because they jointly contribute. And the way these PSFs work is they only vary as a function of declination, as explained in the 159 megahertz paper. But this is nice because this means that once you image the sky, you can easily deconvolve the system without any issues using the joint method. And then in order to remove any biases or field of view edge sensitivity, we also introduced field of view edge tapering, which basically allows any system that has enough region of overlap to throw away some of their beam responses gradually to assure like a uniform response over the majority over declination. So you can do this by applying a taper to the individual system beams, which are shown outlined below, and then image the sky with a reduced beam sensitivity at these declinations. And just to give you an example, this is how the joint imaging process for the simulations look like when we do not taper. So the X polarization looks generally okay, but the Y pole has a lot of bias in the northern hemisphere due to the lack of sensitivity of TDA2. But then once we apply the taper, this completely disappears and is purely relating on whatever sensitivity the LBA station throws in at those regions. And then the joint regions of overlap are from the joint system still. So this is very powerful because this alleviates the need for regression. You no longer have any issues with bias in the sense, and you can use multiple systems, even more than two if you want to, not only generate a full image of the sky, but also fill in missing scales if one system is not sensitive to that. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions during the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Hi, I am Mike Kriele.
Thank you very much, Mike and Mia. Is there any question? I believe Lando, his supervisor, can answer any question. I heard that. Is there any question?
I don't think Mike is online. Yes, we do have the next best person. Any questions? Oh, sorry.
The effect of averaging from 2 seconds to 1 minute. So when I difference EDA2 images 8 seconds apart, you do get pretty significant residuals due to the sky moving. So what's the limitation in doing this at 2-second resolution? Just compute time, I assume.
Yeah, basically, there's a sort of a fundamental relationship between the number of time bins you use, because you've obviously got to have data over 24 hours, right? It's not like a snapshot. And the number of components that you need for spherical harmonics. So you have to, that's a trade-off. And averaging the 2 seconds up to a minute, has a bit of an effect. So Mike just recently did some simulations to see whether we could actually go up to 5 minutes to use some more archival data. And that's too much, but the 1 minute makes no noticeable difference compared to the 2 seconds.
That's it from the room, Shintaro.
Good, thank you. Any further question for Mike or Randall? Please raise your hands or put into chat room. But if not, I think it's good time to move on to next speaker because we have only 1 minute. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay, next speaker will be Takumi Ito. Ito-kun.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Please share your slides and go ahead. And he is talking about the foreground removal using GPR.
아, しまった。 Sorry, first of all, I need to shut down my application before sharing.
Right. Or you can come to my room to share your slide with this. If you don't mind. I think.
If you need a few minutes, there's a video I can share.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think he needs some more minutes. But if...
Well, in that case, everyone, to fill a few minutes, I will present to you an animation of the MWA's signal path done by 3D designer Scott Bell here at Curtin using the game engine Unity. This video will be available for sharing soon, so keep an eye on MWA's social media. Please note we will not be accepting any negative feedback on the narrator for sounding too much like she came from Geraldton. So I'll just share that now. Oop. No audio.
Is it shared now?
Oh, sorry. It's up to you, Shintaro. Shall we do the animation or
Well, is that take a long time or
it takes
maybe
3 minutes? So up to you.
Oh, then please go ahead the animation first.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see now?
Sorry, Takumi, we're just doing a short animation.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. If the audio works. Radio signals come from many places and objects, including faraway stars and galaxies. These signals are received by the many antennas in the Murchison Wildfield Array, or MWA, a radio telescope located in outback Western Australia. Each antenna is a crossed pair of bow-tie-shaped elements made of aluminium with a wingspan of 74 centimetres. This dipole design is sensitive to radio signal frequencies between 70 and 300 MHz. Each antenna contains a low noise amplifier chip, or LNA. The LNA amplifies the very small radio signals from space. The antennas are grouped into tiles, each one a 4x4 square grid. The MWA telescope has hundreds of tiles, meaning thousands of antennas, spread over several kilometres. The radio signals received by each tile are passed to a beamformer. This device applies time delays to the signals of each antenna to steer its beam in a particular direction. In this way, the MWA can be pointed in any direction, despite having no moving parts. The delayed signals are combined, amplified, and sent over coaxial cable to a receiver. The receiver filters and digitises the signals so they can be read by computers. The signals are then processed on-site by the MWA's correlator. The correlator is a huge computer bank which performs the mathematical operations to combine the data from all the tiles in the MWA telescope. The correlated data then travels over a dedicated fibre to Geraldton, where it is then transferred to Perth via the National Broadband Network.
Its first stop is Curtin University, where it is held in temporary cache storage. MWA data is then ingested to disk and stored on tape at the Pyxie Supercomputing Research Centre, which contains the entire MWA data archive. From here, scientists from around the world can access this data through an online platform, the MWA node of the All-Sky Virtual Observatory. The tiny radio signals received by the MWA have contributed to enormous discoveries, stretching as far back as the beginning of the universe.
MWAX. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Emiya. That's great animation, I think. Beautiful, yeah. This is good introduction before his talk. And do we take any question for the animation? Maybe not, I think. Okay, let's start to Takumi's talk. Can you share your slide? Yeah. Yes, I can hear. I can see the slide, but I can't hear you. Future to be.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for it. Okay, I will start my talk. I'm Takumi, and second years of master course student at Kumamoto University in Japan. Today, I'll talk about the foreground removal with Gaussian process regression for its observation of 21 centimeter line from the epoch of reionization. First of all, what is the epoch of reionization? After the dark ages, first luminous objects are formed, and this epoch is called cosmic dawn. And after the cosmic dawn, the ionizing photon from galaxies ionize the neutral hydrogen gas distributed in the universe. This epoch is called epoch of reionization. And we can observe the IgM at the EO1 via H1 21 centimeter lines. The 21 centimeter line emission is due to the spin flip of neutral hydrogen atoms. H1 distribution at different recipes can be observed by different frequencies using a 21 centimeter line, and then we can follow the evolution of ICM. This figure shows the ICM simulation, and orange area is H1 emission, not ionized, but the black region means no H1 emission, it means ionized region. So we can follow how the ICM ionized. And next, I talk about foreground. When we observe the EOR, the signal consists of foreground and EOR signal and noise. But unfortunately, foreground is brighter than EOR signal, 10⁵ in order. So avoidance or removal of foregrounds are important. Next, but how to remove foreground? We can use the difference between foreground and EOR signal. The difference is by emission strengths or spectral behaviors. And there are various foreground removal techniques like GMCA or fast ICA and PCA and GPR and Nichole. But GPR has been applied to rule for foreground removal in Martens et al. 2020. And this time we apply GPR to MWA data and try to remove foreground. Next, I'll talk about what is the Gaussian process regression. Gaussian process means the data is a multivative Gaussian distribution. So, I mean, if we assume random value f for its Gaussian process, we can write f as a multivative Gaussian distribution with mean and covariance called kernel. And observed data is described as a column vector. It contains the instrumental measurement at each frequency. And this time, our data vector consists of the foreground and your signal and noise. So, and assuming each component to be statistically uncorrelated, the covariance of the data K is given by the K equals the covariance of the foreground plus the covariance of the 20 centimeter line plus the covariance of the noise. And next, assuming the data vector is Gaussian distributed, we can model its probability distribution as this equation, and with m is the mean function and k is the covariance function. And we can write a joint probability distribution of the Gaussian process as a series of other points in space nu dash as this equation. And from this equation, the expectation value of the d dash and the covariance of the d dash is driven as these equations. And for the case of the foreground removal, we want to estimate the foreground model X. So we can change this d dash to the foreground and we can read these equations. And finally, to remove foreground, subtract the expectation value of the foreground from the data and we can get residual. This is the foreground removal. Next, this is code and data what I used. GPR4M is a Python package uses GPR as a foreground removal techniques in the context single dish 21 centimeter intensity mapping. And this time I applied GPR4M to graded visibility. The simulation data is assuming the MWA high band simulation using RTS, and the observation is 2 hours at EOR0. For the observational data, I used MWA high band observation in 2014, and its observation is 2 hours at EOR0. It's calibrated by RTS and graded by chips. Okay, and next I'll introduce the flow outline to remove foreground. First of all, we need to choose corners of the foreground and the 21 centimeter line and noise. It will be described later. And next, we need to fit corner to UV graded visibilities and make foreground model from the corners. And finally, we can subtract the foreground model from the data and do foreground removal. Okay, next, this is the covariance called kernel. Martin kernel is widely used kernels in GPR. This is a function of Martin kernel, and it has some of the important parameters. Sigma squared called variance means the amplitude of the signal. Small f called length scale means the typical scale of the correlations in the data across frequency. And finally, eta is a spectral parameters and it determines the overall smoothness of the data. Next page explains how these parameters work. Okay, this is comparing parameters. These plots are randomly generated data plots with Martin kernels, which with shown parameters. I mean parameters here. Okay, let's check for the variance. This horizontal axis is frequency and vertical axis is the amplitude of the signal. Comparing top to bottom, the variance is changed 1 to 1,000, and we can find the larger sigma square means the signal is stronger. For the length scale, we can compare the top to bottom, and the R is changed from 1 to 1,000, and we can find a larger R means the data is more correlated in frequency. And finally, To compare the left to right, we can find the spectral parameter, and larger eta means the data is more smoother. The left side has the eta equal infinity, and the right side has the eta equal 1/2. Next, I'll introduce how to choose kernel. This choice is with respect to Martens et al. 2020. Okay, a foreground kernel has eta equal infinity course to fit a very smooth foreground, and eta equal 3/2 to fit the foreground components that have medium frequency smoothness, and decides covariance of the foreground equals the Martin kernels with eta equal infinity plus the Martin kernels with eta equal 3/2. For the H1 kernel, I choose the Martin kernels with the eta equal 1/2. For the noise kernel, I assume that the thermal noise is constant in frequency and choose the kernel is the sigma squared times the Kronecker delta. To fit covariance, keep the foreground and keep the 20 centimeter line plus the K of the noise to data covariance. Each of the length scale and sigma scales are free parameters. In this case, I don't use kernel of the 21 centimeter line to simulation data, since the simulated data consists of only foreground and noise. Okay, from now I'll show you the result. First, I'll show you the result of the simulation. The simulation is MWA using simulation using RTS, and observation is a 2 hour at UR0. It consists of the foreground, only the point sources and thermal noise. I will show you the visibility and 2D power spectrum. This is the result of the simulation of the visibilities. The top top panel shows the simulated visibilities before and after foreground removal using GPR and its residual. The horizontal axis is frequency and vertical axis is its visibility. Green plot means it's original data. It means simulated data, and orange plot means the fitted foreground. I mean the estimated foreground, and blue plot means it's residual. We can find the signal getting weaker or the 10:1, and the bottom panel shows the comparing the residual and the input noise. The horizontal axis is also frequency, and the vertical axis is also visibility, and we can find residual and input noise are same order. And next, this is the result of the 2D power spectrum for the simulation data. From the left to right, it's the plot of the data and estimated foreground and residual data minus estimated foreground, and finally input noise. The horizontal axis is K perpendicular and the vertical axis is K parallel. As we can see, the bright signal are subtracted, and it makes the coarse band harmonics weaker, and residual looks reproduced input noise on the K parallel is more than 0.2. I mean here. Sorry, I forgot to explain of the color. This color means the power, but it's not normalized. But please check the 2D power spectrum of the residual and input noise. The area K parallel is less than 0.2. The power of the residual is less than the input noise. It means the foreground is overfitted in this area. And now I'll show you the result of the observation data. Observation is the MWA band observation in 2014, and 2 hour observation at UR0, and it's calibrated by RTS and gridded by chips. I will show you the visibility and the 2D power spectrum. This is the result of the observation of one of the gridded visibilities before and after foreground removal. It's residual. Blue plot means it's data, and green plot shows the estimated foreground. The orange is its residual. And horizontal axis is the frequencies and vertical axis is the visibilities. And we can find the signal getting weaker or the 10 to 1. And this is a result of the 2D power spectrum for observational data. From the left to right is a plot of the data and foreground and its residual. Each axis are same for the simulation data, and the color is also means power, but it's not normalized. We can find the bright signal was subtracted, and it makes the coarse band harmonics weaker, and the signal getting weaker on K power is more than 0.1. I mean, the coarse band harmonics were strong. And this is the polarization of the YY, and we can find its same trend. And next, I will show you the plot of the even odd cross power spectrum. Even data Q plus odd data cube contains sky signal and noise, but even data Q minus odd data cube contains only noise. So when we write the even odd cross power spectrum, we can make the noise power fewer. This is the even odd cross power spectrum for the polarization XX. From left to right is a plot of the data and foreground and its residual. Each axis are same for the observational data and simulation data. The color is not normalized. We can find that DPR remove coarse band harmonics and residual are consistent with noise in EOR window. I mean here. This is the plot for the polarization YY, and we can see the same trend, and the residual is consistent with noise in your window. And finally, I brought the diagnostic for spectra. K is determined as the square root for the squared K parallel plus squared K perpendiculars. Each panel shows the polarization XX and YY, and the horizontal axis is K, and vertical axis means power, but it's not normalized. And blue plot means the data, and orange plot means the estimated foreground, and green plot means its residual. And we can find signal getting weaker for each case, order 10 to 1 to 10 to 2. But please watch the errors. The K is less than 0.1. I mean here, the power of the data is less than power of the foreground. So it means fitting might be wrong. Okay, this is the result and future works. This time, we tested GPL foreground removal to MWA observational data, and we can get the result. Signal are getting lower, 10 to 1 in order to each wave numbers. But foregrounds stronger than the data in the K is less than 0.1. It means the fitting might be wrong. For the future work, we need to test other kernels, because this time I just respect the Martins et al. 2020 for choosing kernels, so there are no proof or evidence that this choice is best for MWA data. So I need to test other kernel sets and find the best kernels. And others, I need to calculate uncertainties of the foreground removal. This is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Takumi. We have time for a quick question. Is there any question for Takumi from the Australia Hub? Or okay.
I have a quick question. Thank you, Takumi. Why do you think that in the simulated data that the foregrounds were overfitted, but in the data itself, they don't look overfitted for most K modes?
maybe I think the observational data has also overfitted well. But now I don't have ideas why the simulation data is so overfitted, but not overfitted for the observational data.
Right. Is it the same kernels, the same parameters for both?
It uses the same kernels, of course, same kernels, but for the simulation data, I don't use the kernel for the 21 centimeter line.
Right. Right. Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions.
Thank you very much. I think it's good time to move on to the coffee break if no further question. Right. Thank you, Takumi. And
Thank you, Shintaro. So we're going to have a 20-minute break. I'll put up a timer, and we'll see you all back soon.
Well, welcome back from coffee break, everyone. And now we have the Pulsars and Fast Transients program for the rest of the afternoon. And so I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, who is Ramesh Bhat. And he is the lead of the Pulsar and Fast Transients group. And as you will hear, has his hand in most, if not all, of the projects that this group is involved with, and is one of the primary drivers of these projects. So over to you, Ramesh, to give us an update.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening, and whatever that applies to you most sensibly. So I'm going to update on the activities on the Pulsars and Fast Transient side, and primarily focusing on the past 6 months or so. And starting with some good news, and both Dilpreet and Alex are now approved to graduate, and congratulations. And Dilpreet's thesis focused on millisecond pulsar observations and on aspects that are very closely related to the pulsar timing array of Earth, which is a high-profile pulsar project, and searching for gravitational wave signatures at very low frequencies. And Alex's project involved developing cosmic ray detection capability for the Murchison wide field array. In both cases, essentially, it involved instrumentation and demonstrating science, pushing from 100 microsecond native resolution to microsecond for millisecond pulsars, or even higher for cosmic ray detection. That essentially shows the kind of wonderful work that you can do with MWA's system. And we are very excited to welcome back Bradley Myers, and some of you may know as Bradley as a student member a few years ago, and over the past few years, he has been a member from the Canadian side, and will be commencing a student at Curtin and working on both Pulsars and FRB side of MWA development. And so you will see Bradley in a few weeks at Curtin. And so Bradley had a very productive PhD, and was also like one of the first generation students and heavy lifters in early VCS and its capabilities. And so timing wouldn't have been like any better than as we are progressing to commission the new high time resolution mode and VCS beam and associated software suite of tools. Other important update is we have a lot less of Nick, and after he started his new job at Curtin Institute of Computation as a DAX software developer. So he spends a fraction of his time doing PhD, but luckily that fraction is now on Friday, so Sunday comes right afterwards. So one of the things among the lot of things that Nick has been doing is software development for smart and the processing pipelines. And incidentally, one of the tasks that Bradley handed over to Nick was like a software administration, and Nick is eagerly looking forward to handing over back to somebody. And so you know what I mean. Okay, so it has been a pretty productive semester with the publications coming in the various friends and from Pulsar discoveries and millisecond pulsar work, and the system description paper, beamformer paper number 4, and using VCS to follow up FRB like emission from GRBs and demonstrating a passive radars and so on. And of course, the new software that Nick will tell you about, so-called pulsar spectra. And many of them are already out in the literature, and quite a few in the pipeline, as you can see. And most of them are essentially MWA publications, except the one from Kriele, and you will hear his presentation in a short while. And the reason why I included it here, because it just shows a glimpse of or example science that you can do with a very shallow sensors with SKA precursor stations with a very few % of MWA sensitivity. So that sort of gives you like the kind of science that we can do when we release our big pulsar detection sensors. So there's a lineup of pulsar talks, and you are going to hear more and more pulsars until lunch hour. So I'm just going to focus a few highlights that may not be necessarily covered in other presentations, and give you a progress update on what is turning out to be one of our flagship projects in the pulsars and the fast transient side, and of course bring you up to date on where things stand with high time resolution development mode for a new system. So among the highlights and the beamformer paper number 4, like I said, it is quite a major step up to our the instrumentation, because as you can see that the smart survey, which is like an all-sky survey, and that requires forming like millions of beams across the whole sky, and that is something that basically necessitated developing a new beamformer capability. So that is something Nick has been developed, and it has basically into the production part of our pipeline. But the details are all there in this paper. But at a high level, basically, without doing a major re-engineering of the software architecture, basically the philosophy here is that while the data are in the memory, you do as many calculations as you can, and form as many beams as you can, and limited only by the data throughput and other GPU resources. So in this particular case, because we are doing one course channel separately, you can output like as many as 120 data streams at a given time. So the software has been successfully benchmarked on the Gawala and the Galaxy before that, and of course the Shanghai cluster, and even on O-Star. The bottom line is that it performs like an order of magnitude better than our single pixel version, and the benchmarks on O-Star are relatively better than all other clusters. So that is where we are doing most of our production search pipeline. Other important thing that came up as part of this development is the ability to localize pulsars, and that's particularly possible when you have like data from extended array. And one thing that sort of led to realizing that you can get to something like up to 30 arcseconds kind of residual ionospheric offset from our calibration dependent errors, and which was very nicely demonstrated using an observation that was taken for a different project led by Parul Janagal, which is a PhD student who is a PhD student at IIT Indore. So the bottom line is that measuring this and correcting this could be a very important thing as the MWA moves to phase 3, and purely from like a telescope efficiency point of view, because at that point we won't be like in a position to sustain the voltage capture mode in a routine way, because 4 times more data rates. So doing this will be something very important. To some extent, it's also important for like SKA-Low, or at least a subset of SKA-Low science, and where you have subarraying considerations. And at low frequencies, it also depends on like the frequencies, and of course, you know, that the ionospheric site. And so those considerations will really benefit from some of this wisdom. And of course, it might also be applicable for something current instruments like a GMRT, although GMRT doesn't do like a lot of work in band 2 frequency range. Parul herself has been working on a combination of MWA and GMRT data to understand some of the very bright pulsars in an upcoming paper, where the primary focus is a high sensitivity single pulse analysis of one of these pulsars, 1820-0427, where the GMRT observations has provided single pulse mean signal to noise ratio of well in excess of 100. But the combination of MWA and GMRT data allows you to look at the profile evolution and the spectrum and polarimetry and so on. And as you can see here that the profile evolves quite smoothly, and that's all because of multipath propagation and scattering. And at the very low frequencies, you even begin to see like some interesting new features which seem to be like intrinsic, at least from our current deconvolution analysis. On the right top, you can see the spectrum, and you will probably hear more about it from Chris. And it's also using Nick's upcoming software called Pulsar_spectra. But the bottom line is that including low frequency measurements oftentimes make significant changes to the pulsar spectral features. And this is like one interesting example. You already saw this in Chris's presentation, which is the use of VCS and for searching for FRB-like signals from a GRB follow-up. And this is June Tian's work. And essentially using MWA's rapid response mode and the voltage capture system and the correlator system in many cases to looking for the signatures of prompt emission and following a GRB. And the shaded lines are essentially the model predictions for the magnitude of signals that you would expect from jet ISM interactions. And those color lines are essentially the constraints from a correlator data, which has a half-a-second resolution. And the blue ones is essentially from a voltage capture system mode, 100 microsecond resolution, that basically shows how stringent constraints you can generate from this and the kind of models that you can rule out from this. Quite amazing already. So as Chris mentioned, in the future, it's looking really good, and you can even consider doing low latency or even negative latency triggers for gravitational wave events, and this will be something important as the future scientific runs of LIGO detectors. You heard quite a bit about the SMART survey, but just in case for those who don't know much about it, it's essentially an all-sky pulsar search and a program that takes advantage of two very major unique strengths of MWA. One is the stunningly large field of view, and the other is the ability to capture the high time resolution data over a super large part of the sky. And that basically makes it like a rapid, because in principle, you can do it in 100 hours, but we don't have 3 petabytes sitting on the site. So it will take like 3 to 5 years, essentially. The most importantly, it is enabled by the compact configuration that is brought in by the upgrade, because that brings like more than a few orders of magnitude saving in the beamforming cost. And that's precisely what makes this project like this tractable. Even then, we are talking about having to form thousands of beams across every single observation, well over 500,000 beams to tessellate the whole sky, and 42 terabytes pouring out of every single observation. So a lot of data processing and management challenges, as Stephen highlighted for this particular project. So I'm not going to tell you the why we should do pulsar survey, because it is important enough to have be a major or key science driver for SKA. But there are a few important things that are sort of relevant in the context of SMART. One is that this is an SKA precursor pulsar survey. So in terms of synergetic aspects of calibration and beamforming, we will be learning a lot from this particular exercise. And the main novelty of this particular survey is that recording voltages instead of filter bank or spectrometer type data. And that opens the doors to a whole range of post-processing avenues and for following up and confirmation. Some of them are already nicely demonstrated in Nick's pulsar discovery paper last year. From a scientific perspective, it is going to be at least 3 to 5 times more sensitive than the previous generation low frequency survey from Parkes, and at least a few times more sensitive than the high latitude segment of the Parkes high time resolution survey. So at the end of the processing, it should be like quite an exciting scientific reward to look forward to. In general, pulsar searching is quite a competitive game, but the nice thing about the SMART survey is that it complements very beautifully with all the ongoing efforts in the Northern Hemisphere, either in terms of sky or frequency coverages. And importantly, it will be an excellent reference resource for SKA-Low pulsar surveys, and it will make a digital record of the entire southern sky. So in summary, so basically, the 5 new pulsars map the low frequency sky in the southern sky, and learn a lot about the SKA-Low, and that's basically the kind of driving overarching goals of this project. So where do we stand now? So over the past few years, and through a series of dedicated campaigns that we were able to do, when the compact configuration became available, we managed to advance the survey. So at this point, we stand something like a 3/4 of the sky covered, but only a fraction of the data has been processed, even so-called the first pass. That's because the amount of processing is like quite a phenomenal. So we are talking about something like several thousands of beams from every single observation that will have to be searched for several 10,000 DM trials, then of course doing a full-blown pulsar search. So at this point, we are just doing what is called a first pass search, so which is processing 10% of the data, which gets you only like a 1/3 of the full search sensitivity, and literally doing a shallow search and scratching the surface. And only a small fraction of the process data have been like a search through for candidates. But as you can see that every single observation has been properly calibrated, quality checked, and for detection. And all this is like a lot of hard work coming from Nick Swainston. So as Chris mentioned, and so the discoveries are basically rolling out of the conveyor belt. And the first one you heard from Nick in the last project presentation, and you will hear more about the second one from Sammy. And the smart description paper, which is now nearing the second stage of a collaboration review. And thanks to those who have managed to read it through, and despite the length of the paper. And hopefully you will see it back in the collaboration review in about a week's time. So one of the things I quickly want to mention that something that we are trying to do as routinely as possible for every single MWA discovery, we are trying to leverage GMRT and PARCS like a telescope to complement the frequency range so that you can understand the pulsars as much as you can over a very large frequency range from 100 megahertz to all the way to 4 gigahertz. And that has been quite rewarding, because in the case of first pulsar, that's what really established the steep spectrum, low luminosity nature of pulsars. Only a small fraction of the pulsars actually really fall into that particular category. And you can see more artwork from Dilpreet, and you saw some in Chris's presentation. You'll probably see a more comprehensive set in her presentation later in this schedule. So one of the things that we started doing, and at least for pulsars which are in the common sky with the fast, and you start following up with the fast, because that's like one of the giants you have in the telescopes. And as you can see that the left, and it's like the best detection we have for pulsar number 1 from MWA. And I would have liked to say that the second one is like a typical detection, but it's actually also best detection with the fast, because we only have got 2 at this point. But the important thing is that even with this low luminosity pulsars, when you go to like a fast, like a telescope, it's just like a breeze. So you can do the high time resolution polarimetry and scintillation studies. And it so happens that pulsar like this and the one from that you will hear from Sammy fall in a very interesting part of the sky where we know very little about the galactic plasma turbulence, and where we typically run out of electrons even to constrain the distance to the pulsar. So this is something that will teach us something useful in that part of the sky. Pulsar number 3, so the left one is the discovery observation, right one is the confirmation observation. So the main reason why I'm basically showing this, as you may have noticed, that our survey strategy has a significantly overlapping pointings. And that's pretty much like intentional. Obviously, we have gone from like a tried and tested GLEAM observing strategy. But the main thing here is that every single observation has a discovery role as well as a confirmation observation role. So when the MWA is struck with lightning and not operational, or Steven is busy or something, we can just go back to our own data and confirm that it is actually a real source. Pulsar number 4 with a question mark. I will tell you why. But before that, let me just very briefly highlight why it is important. So we already apply like one major machine learning curl, and this is the software we have adapted from a LOFAR group. So that basically brings the number of candidates to something like 10%, all the way from 100,000 to 10,000 per single observation. But even then, it's quite a phenomenal task to sift through all of them. But something like this typically would not rate very highly in terms of diagnostics or ranking. One of the master's candidates and students from NOIC working with Mengyal, and applied another layer of a pattern recognition tools, originally developed for one of the Arecibo survey, and confirmed that through reprocessing it is actually a real pulsar. So we all got very excited because it was not there in the scraper page, and that's where you basically see all the non-pulsars and the current candidates. And 24 hours before the GMRT proposal deadline, some interesting bits that sort of came up. Like I said, it was not there in the catalog and it was not there in the candidate sites. So we thought it's a new one. But looking at the Parkes database, and there was a pulsar not too far away, but with no completely different DM, no position, no timing solution. And interestingly, the DM was upward revision and by another publication. And the GBT found a similar source, but again, with no timing solution and position, no sign of pulsar in any of the imaging surveys. But it turns out to be like a very low luminosity pulsar. So we still have gone for a proposal and hopefully to settle this confusion once and for all. And Chris mentioned that we have detected like a lot of pulsars from the SMART project, and this is a quick summary here. And all the red ones are like the low frequency detections from the SMART data. The orange ones are from non-SMART data, which is all VCS data. And the green ones are essentially like the SMART discoveries. And obviously our purpose, longer term ambition is like to fill in with more and more green dots. And that can't happen without melting some CPUs and GPUs at some level. But importantly, that you will probably see this from example science that Chris will highlight, that a lot of this data is like an excellent resource. And having gone through like a lot of hard work in producing these detections, we are going to make all this beamform data and timer archives and profiles available through a data release and to data center services. And we will do that alongside the description of the SMART paper. There is a web app, which you may have heard in the past, but basically it's a software tool that we have developed. Essentially, you know, the ADAC software people have developed for us from an optical data center and the Curtin Institute of Computation. And the bottom line here is that essentially like a prioritize and find all the goodies on the top so you can find them faster. And Sammy will probably highlight it in his presentation. And so that is essentially has enabled the discoveries of pulsar number 2 and 3. There is a leaderboard for incentivization, if there is such a word. And but for students, you know, that there is also like a further incentives. But the important thing is that, you know, that this is something that we are now routinely using it for through our hunting sessions, and you are most welcome to join. And if you are interested, get in touch with Sammy or Nick. So how much time do I have? Okay. So very quickly, so update on the high time resolution mode. The top one is the legacy system and the bottom one is the new system. The big difference for us is that we get to tap the signal at a different point and it's completely different format. And so this is something which is pretty much driven by Sammy as a new VCS beam software. And by this point, then we have a mode that is already working quite beautifully to sustain or complete the remainder of the SMART survey. And of course, some of the other things like inverse cost PFB and offline correlation. There is some version of the capability that is already existent at this point of time. There is an excellent set of documentation that Sammy has developed, and you know, that makes it like this new software suite of tools, very comfortable to use. And obviously, the important priorities are integrating this into the next flow SMART pipeline. And with the Setonics coming up, and you need to like transport them into AMD GPUs or hypification. It's the word that I didn't know until yesterday. And of course, you know, that are getting ready for the number of tiles, which is more than 128. So this is the first bright light, and you may have seen it in the last presentation. But basically, the point I want to make here is that there's a lot that has gone behind this. Re-engineering of the software to deal with the new data format, hyperdrive, and so on. And I have never seen this pulsar as bright. So either the pulsar was in a really good mood, or Sammy has got everything right to get here, you know. And I would be inclined to believe the second one. And the kind of commissioning goals that we have on the agenda, but in terms of traffic lights. But the only point I want to make here is that the number 1 and number 5 are the most important ones. If you can get there, and the rest of them, we can change the color in the course of the year. So that brings to my summary. So basically, we have quite a busy semester, and the new pulsars are beginning to trickle out, and things are looking up for the next upgrade of the MWA for pulsars and fast transients activity. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ramesh. I will have to rely on someone else to find questions in the room.
Yes, I have the roving mic. Any questions? Stephen.
Can I sign up to help with the web portal, please? Can you sign me up, Sammy, and give me some training?
Yep, absolutely.
Cool.
Stephen, anybody can do it. We have, you know, we have even engaged the work experience students like Steve-O, and who's the other one? Alex? Yes. So they have been doing it, and except that, like I said, for students, there is also added incentives that we will name the person after them and use the network. But you, sorry? Yeah, high school students, year 9, 10, well, year 9, probably, but 10 until 11.
As soon as you make it a competition, then everyone's going to be...
That's the whole idea, you know. This will probably show you. There is a leaderboard and things like that, you know, so...
I might be a pulsar person. Any more questions?
But let me just highlight, that is the main showstopper now. But like you can see that a lot of those pointings have been processed. At least 50% of them have been through the search pipeline. And sometimes when I look at the plot, it just frustrates me that only a few dots we have seen, like the green dot. But yeah.
I think that's it from the room, Sammy.
Okay, I just had one question myself. Ramesh, on the plot that you showed from the all sky detections, you had, I think, the first of those plots when you were showing detections from SMART. You had one point that was actually, so not that one, but the one earlier.
Okay, right. I had that point, but I probably put that point before I wrote the proposal. Then I slightly changed the color. As you may have realized, if you look at it very closely, you will see that that green, red has something.
Oh, you're talking about the red point, but I'm asking about the point on the, that looks like it's not in an observation that's been taken. On the left, like in the orange.
Oh, okay. Let Nick answer that. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Oh, no, he's probably asking this one.
If he's speaking, I can't hear.
All right, so some of the known pulsar searches we do, we either look, so the normalized beam power, we looked to everything above 30%. But if we know it's a really bright pulsar, we know they can be detected with less than 30% sensitivity. So we go all the way out to about 10% sensitivity. But those lines there, I think they're only like 50 or 30%. So that's why they look like they're from outside the observation, if that makes sense.
Right, okay.
Since you are asked that question, and some of you may not have noticed it because I went through that very quickly. Can you see it? This is plus 54 pulsars.
Yeah.
MWA.
Yeah, that's
telescope that can do such wonders, you know, that it's a very bright pulsar again, but plus 54.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where the primary beam has similar sensitivity when you point at really low declination. I think one of the Shanghai collaborators detected that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. If there are no other questions in the room, then I guess we can move on to our next talk. Thank you very much, Ramesh.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Sammy. So.
And our next talk comes from the Shanghai Astronomical Observatory. Zhongli is a longtime collaborator with our group, and she will tell us about some discovery of some pulsars using VCS data.
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Oh. But is there a desktop in the sharing? Because the screen looks like a totally black.
Now I can see the desktop. Yeah.
See my desktop. Okay. And now the PowerPoint.
Yep.
Okay. So it's fine now.
It is excellent.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so Sammy, thank you, Ramesh. Thank you so much for the very excellent general introduction of the VCS project. And I'm following the group of Ramesh for a long time. And just recently, we got some meaningful results that we are still in the confirmation of them. But anyway, I want to report these first results. At least it gives some idea of what we can do. And to discover the new VCS pulsars in dense stellar environments using low frequency array, I believe that not many people want to do that, especially the SKA-Low. They are not gonna to scan the galactic plane. However, we all know that in the low frequency bands, that we will have a more sensitive effect on the interstellar medium. So everything has two sides, that if we can find something, you also will have a more accurate study of the interstellar medium from it. And I want to note that this work, I have a collaboration and it's done together with two bachelor students, Yujie Wang from Xiamen University and also Zheng Xie from University of Science and Technology of China. Okay, so there are many types of stellar environments in the Milky Way, but I will mention only two, and one is global clusters, and one is the galactic bulge region. And for these two types of dense stellar environments, that they are denser, they have higher spatial dispersion, which means they will have more binaries dynamically formed. And they are also older, so in this way, you expect more mildly recycled or millisecond pulsars from them. And in global clusters, currently, already more than 250 pulsars were found, and more than 90% of them are millisecond pulsars. So for the global cluster detection, you don't necessarily have a high DM value, which may suit for the low frequency array. But non-global cluster pulsar ever detected, even detected below 300 megahertz. And for a long time, we don't know why it is like that. And the reasons is maybe, firstly, those global cluster pulsars are very weak. And secondly, their periods are very short, so can be easily smeared out. And for the galactic bulge, the biggest challenge is its very dense stellar environments, which means a very high DM value. But from this figure from the right side, you can see its pulsar radial distribution versus the DM, that within the galactic bulge, which means within the 10 degree from the galactic center and under 250 of the DM, you can still see some pulsars are there. So which means we can still try to look at the direction of the galactic bulge, although because of the distance issue, we cannot be sure whether it is inside or not, but we can still take a try. And then the MWA VCS, this is also as described in Ramesh's summary paper, that it of course prefers lower DM and longer period pulsars. However, you can see from this left diagram that for those pulsar P and DM distribution in different frequency bands, and there are not too much difference from the DM value or period value. That under 350 megahertz, you can see that the pulsar number peaks at roughly 80 of the DM value. So you can still find a lot around DM is approximately 100. And the biggest benefit that I also like is that the VCS have a very large FOV. However, in the same time, it has an excellent pointing ability that you can at the same time look at the big sky, but you can point to anywhere. So I believe that in the near future or even now, that if anyone want to overcheck a transient or any peculiar point source anywhere below 30 degree, and they don't need to propose any new proposal. They don't need to wait. They can just download data and make a beam and check it, that's all. So this is something I really like. Although the low frequency has some difficulty, but I still see a very big potential on that. Okay, and for the global clusters that we have made some estimation that how many we can find with MWA, and this can be calculated with some theoretical equation the property of the global cluster, and also setting up a sensitivity limit, which is in reality of MWA VCS at 200 megahertz to be 5 milliansky, and a photon index of millisecond pulsar to be -1.9. And you can see that theoretically, more than 10 global cluster pulsars can be found in more than 10 global clusters by MWA, ignoring the DM value. And in real, that for those non-global cluster pulsars that we studied their spectra, and you can see that some of them already exceed the sensitivity of the MWA limit if their spectra don't have a strong turnover towards the low frequency. And with this study, we have been awarded a MWA proposal this year. Okay, so now I will talk about the pulsars we found in the global cluster M2. M2 is also NGC 7089, that it has a distance of 11 kiloparsec, and it is right located within the beams of Smart B02, which is the first observation that Nick has tried. And you can see the beam size of this observation, and this red dot is where this global cluster they're in. So it appeared from the beginning of this observation. And FAST has reported 6 pulsars they're in, and they have a timing analysis of those pulsars in this global cluster. So they have a bunch of observations for a long time, and they're now still doing that. And for these 6 pulsars, they are all millisecond pulsars. And the Panzhichen 2021 has reported 5 of them, and you can see their pulse shape. That one of them show a very clear binary signal. Okay, so what we did, that we take this Smart B02, and only with this 10-minute data, we made a beam on this global cluster, and we did a regular search before we know those fast pulsars. So we have found actually M2D. So this is something we did. We found it from the search, and later on we go to check the global cluster pulsar catalog, and we found, oh, this has already been found. So if we are faster, this pulsar can be discovered by MWA, not fast. And later we take the full observation of 80 minutes, and we make a folding of this pulsar, and we found that the signal does not get better. So for the pulsars in binaries, longer observation is not always better. This is because it can be disturbed by this binary acceleration of the counterpart star, and also it's because with this special case, the main beam shifts away as the time passes. Okay, and now we have this fast pulsar catalog on hand, and we start to fold other pulsars in M2. And we almost find all of them, although some of them are not very significant. For example, you can see this is M2B and M2F. You can see that they appear as some very shallow line in this folding picture. And some of them become more significant, like M2A and M2C. And then for M2E, that we are almost very sure that this pulsar can be detected with MWA. This is very sure. And we also may possibly find a new one, like this figure from the right side, with a pulse period of around 88 milliseconds. And we actually have several pictures like this, and with the period spanning roughly over 10 milliseconds. However, how to confirm them is a problem that we have to take more observations or multi-band observations for further confirmation. And I have contacted fast people on this observation, and he said actually they have even more of such cases. So they are waiting for confirmation as well. And for the near future work, that we still will do the coherent dispersion to see whether this data gets better, and we will have a flux measurement together with the fast observation PI that we have already made collaboration with him. And we also want to search for the UGMRT collaboration, because UGMRT has proposal of almost all the global clusters they can get from the sky. So in this way, we can get spectropic study of global cluster pulsar down to 150 megahertz for the first time. And actually, someone told me there's no difference of millisecond pulsar in global clusters or not. But I still feel that you don't know, because here it's blank. You don't have anything. You don't have any spectra. So I'm very happy if I can provide the first results of it. And now I turn to the galactic bulge. In the galactic bulge, how do we search pulsar? Is basically we will conduct a multi-band search. So we will combine with some high energy data and optical data. And the theory is, it is known there's an excess of gamma ray emission in the galactic bulge from Fermi, that it detects more gamma ray than theoretically can be emitted from the non-millisecond pulsar there. So there are many millisecond pulsars are hidden. And then hence, we also expect there's an excess of X-ray emission as well. And actually around 10% of millisecond pulsars have X-ray emission. So we can simply take the X-ray source catalog as pointings in the galactic bulge for the pulsar search under some certain selection criteria. And there's a very big changer survey as the figure here. You can see how many, I don't know. And then it covers around 6 degree times 6 degree area in the most galactic center. And if you take the changer source catalog, it is it is over 300,000 sources. So this is too many. And then we have to make the number down. And then we follow, we set up our selection criteria, mostly follow this paper in 2020, that firstly we set up its source position area and make sure the flux is positive. And this results in a source number of around more than 12,000. And later on, because we believe, we assume that these millisecond pulsars have binary, have optical counterpart. So we have the catalog matches with Gaia EDR3 catalog. And this suddenly shortens this number to less than 3,000. And later on, we select the point sources with and also we assume they are not variable, and this further shortened the number down to a bit more than 2,000. And most importantly is we take the typical X-ray spectra, the flux ratio and the hardness ratio distribution of millisecond pulsar with 6 conditions of different bands. And under this condition, if it satisfies at least one condition of these 6 conditions, and it goes to only 430 pointings. And if you want to satisfy all of them, and then this goes to only 120 pointings. So in this way, this is totally doable with the tight array beams, because now we also can do this analysis on the SKA prototype machine in Shell. Okay, so we downloaded the data, a very old data of 1 hour, of 1 hour at 185 megahertz, and this is from phase 1 with tight array beam. So it has a pointability within 2 arc-minute, and we made 430 beams. This did not finish yet. We are now still doing with non-strict X-ray spectral requirement, and we conducted the pulsar search in a very standard way. And you can see this observation here, and the galactic bulge region is in the bigger circle, and this Chandra field is in this small circle in the center. And then this is what we have found, that we have found a very good candidate which matches with a Chandra source. And this Chandra source is around 40 arc-minute from the galactic center. And if you check this pulse shape and all these diagrams, we can almost confirm this is a detection. And its pulse, its period is around 0.2 seconds. So this is not a millisecond pulsar. And it has a bit large DM value for the pulsar search. And to calculate from the electron density model, you can estimate its distance around 3 kiloparsec, which is maybe, because this is a bit close to us, so this is maybe even not in the galactic bulge, but we does not care, because the most important is we have found it. And we also have excluded possibility of this source to be a harmonic signal of any known pulsar so far. Although we still need further confirmation of this detection that we are now downloading and try to analyze another observation at the galactic center, that we meet some storage crash, so we are now still waiting. However, if we study its optical and X-ray counterpart, it's already very interesting that From its X-ray counterpart, this X-ray source, we can calculate its luminosity that around 8 times 10 to the 30 erg per second. And this kind of luminosity in this X-ray luminosity and the rotation energy loss rate diagram, you can see that it is at the very faint end, which means that the X-ray emission is likely from thermal emission of the surface of a very old pulsar. And this X-ray energy is around 0.2 keV if you assume that the whole pulsar surface is emitting the X-ray, and it equals to a temperature of 2 times 10 to the 6 Kelvin. So in this way, we can also try the change spectra for the next step. And if you plot this source on this PP dot diagram with its period and its rotation energy loss rate, and you can see that its position is roughly here as this yellow big dot. And this place, it is old pulsars, but actually we don't know whether it has experienced any recycle or not. So this answer is maybe lies in its optical counterpart. That for its optical counterpart, we take Gaia photometry and also 2-mass photometry. And with Gaia photometry, we try to plot it on HR diagram, but it appears at a very strange place that it can be from any direction of this diagram, which means this Gaia photometry is maybe somewhere is inaccurate. And then with these 2-mass counterpart, and you can calculate this J minus K value, and the stellar type below is M6 star, which has a mass less than 0.1 solar mass, which means this is surely a M dwarf star, very close to brown dwarf. So the pulsar is very possible to be manually recycled. And this is a very special case because all the binaries with M dwarf counterpart are millisecond pulsar, but this one, the period is not that small. So it's a bit special case for the binary evolution study. And we are doing more analysis on it, and we will have more results to report later. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Zhongli. It's an excellent demonstration of ways that BCS data can be used in new ways that we haven't considered yet. Questions in the room here?
Yes, we have one from Ramesh.
So Zhongli, that's a lot of exciting work there. My question is just on that particular slide you have on the screen. So how do you get the spin down luminosity from your X-ray luminosity?
We use flux because this changer source catalog, where is it? Changer source catalog provide the flux, X-ray flux from 0.5 to 7, and we assume a distance of 3.3 kiloparsec. So it will not change very much if the distance measurement is wrong, because it cannot be more than 8 kiloparsec, and I think it's not as close as 1 or 2 kiloparsecs. So this X-ray luminosity can be just calculated directly from the flux. And then we use this empirical diagram of thermal emission X-ray pulsar to get its rotation energy loss rate.
Thank you. I think we need to leave it there so we can remain on time. But thank you very much, Zhongli. That was excellent. I can see Nick setting up his laptop at the moment, and if you can stop sharing your screen, then Nick can get on.
Okay, stop.
Okay. Fantastic. So next we have Nick, who has already been introduced by Ramesh. He is a current PhD student with our group. But we have only a fraction of his time these days as he conducts his new job at the Curtin Institute for Computation. Please take it away, Nick.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So my talk isn't going to be as science heavy as some of the other ones, which is perhaps my new job affecting me a little bit, but it's a bit more on the sort of analysis and method side. So I'm going to be talking about this repository that Kriele and I have been working on called Pulsar Spectra. So it's an open source flux density catalog and pulsar spectral fitting software. And I kind of wanted to talk about it as I think it's a good example of when you're solving a problem, think to yourself, are other people also going to struggle with this? And maybe I can make myself a bit nicer and I can help out not just myself, but other people. So pulsar spectra. This is what they look like. So you will have several telescopes and publications have different flux density results at different frequencies. And what you can do is try to fit some sort of spectral model, and then you can hopefully get some science out of them. So for example, at the low frequency end, where normally MWA bandwidth lies, you can see low frequency turnover. So this turnover is often caused by either intrinsic, sort of around the magnetosphere, or environmental, sort of more in the ISM sort of absorption. So on the other end, on the high frequency end, you can sometimes see cutoffs. So this is more intrinsic to the pulsar, and you can use this cutoff frequency to work out properties of the pulsar, such as its magnetic field and sort of the emission height, where this is coming from. And sort of using all of it, you can, if you do this for a large amount of pulsars, you can start sort of getting a bit more of a luminosity distribution, and you can use that to understand the pulsar population and its birth rate, and in turn compare that to the supernova rate and maybe do some science there. But step one is you need flux density data to do all this stuff. There's no real pulsar flux density catalog at the moment. The closest you could get is the 18F pulsar catalog, but that's more for timing and sort of ephemeris data. It does have flux density at these 26 pre-selected frequencies, but if the telescope's reporting a slightly different frequency, you have to change it, and that's just not enough data to do really accurate spectral fitting. So basically, the researcher is expected to do a zone-lit review and get the flux density results from these papers and sort of maybe put them into a sort of a private database. This is super time-consuming and annoying. I'll give you a worst-case scenario. So this is a paper from back in 1973. This is not a proper PDF. This is an image scan. So I can't Control-C, Control-V into anything. And it's not even Jansky's. It's in like this weird pulsar energy thing, which I had to do a slight conversion. And it's a bit gross. So I was thinking to myself, this is a bit of a pain. And I'm not the first person to have to do this. Other people would have to do this. So can I sort of not just solve this problem for myself, can I put this somewhere where other people can get to it? So this isn't a duplicated effort anymore, hopefully. So that's why I started working on this pulsar spectra catalog. So I try to make it easy to use. So it's sort of all Python based. So all you really have to do is pip install it, and you should be able to access the raw flux density data. It can handle a lot more data than 18F. So on these left two spectra is just using 18F data. And on the right is my pulsar spectra catalog. So you can see it can handle just a lot more flux density results from lots of different papers at lots of different frequencies. So you can do much more accurate spectral modeling, spectral fitting right out of the box. You don't have to do any, well, hopefully you won't have to do any more literature review or data extraction. So it's easy to cite as well. I've got a table in the documentation with all of the links to the ADS papers. So hopefully it's easy to cite everyone else's data. It's open source as well. So if your publication or some other one you want to use isn't currently on the catalog, you can put it in the CSV format, make a pull request and put it in. So it's nice and open source and should hopefully grow faster. So currently, because only Chris and I have put the papers that we care about for our pulsars, it's pretty small. So yeah, 18F has a lot more pulsars with flux densities compared to our catalog at the moment, but I'm fairly hopeful that people will think this is useful and start uploading lots of their own results, and this will grow very quickly. So, all right, then you've got some flux density results, time to fit some spectra. So we implemented a method developed by Jen Sikowski et al. Back in 2018. And instead of having to write your own code, these, 6 lines of code is basically all you need with my software. Maybe a little bit more if you want to add your own data to it, right? So pretty easy to use. So what does it do? So it fits each model. So at the moment, there's about 5 So each of these on the right is a different type of spectral model. It goes through it using the MWA package, which is a Python wrapper for some least square software, least square fitting software. And it uses the Huber loss because there's lots of different telescopes and they have different methods for flux density, uncertainty calculations. And if some of those uncertainties are too low, it's going to skew your fit. So the Huber loss sort of reduces that a bit. So then you got to decide on the best fit. And we use the Akagi information criterion. So basically, it will only use a model with more fit parameters if it significantly or sufficiently improves the fit. So yeah, and it's one benefit that is unified. So Chris and I spend a fair bit of time fiddling with, fit parameters, limits, thresholds to get reasonable fits for each of these models. So if you change these, you might get a different best model or a best fit. So having this in one place where other researchers can say, I think this value makes more sense, means it's a lot easier to compare with other authors and publications because different people using different methods might just get different results. And we've made it so you can easily add more models, which is what I've kind of done for my, my research. This is a GitHub repository. You can see that on the left there, that yeah, we can pip install it as well. So hopefully it's super easy to use. And we've got decent documentation with lots of examples and stuff. So hopefully we've done a good enough job that it's useful enough. I've also submitted a publication that Sammy and Ramesh helped me with. So it's submitted to PASS at the moment. I'm just waiting for comments back about it. And hopefully this publication will let people know about it and it'll start getting used. So what can you do with the software? Well, the Pulsar group's already starting to use it. You can make nice plots super easily. And you can also estimate flux densities at the MWA frequencies. You can convert that to a signal to noise and estimate if you think it's reasonable that we detect a pulsar or not. So is there something wrong with the observation or is it something else? Chris Lee, he's going to have a talk later. He uses it with his SKA-Low data, so I'll let him talk about that. And I'm going to do it for my thesis work. So we've got all these smart flux density results. And what happens if I add it to the 842 pulsars that have at least 4 flux density results? Well, you're going to have to find out. You're going to have to come to my Milestone 3 talk in hopefully about a month's time. And I'll tell you all about it. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nick. And I like your logo. I hadn't noticed that before.
Yeah, I threw that together with Matplotlib. So yeah, got to have a logo.
Questions in the room, Mia?
Yes, we have one.
Hey, Nick. So you say you do the fitting for pulsars with at least 4 measurements.
Yeah.
But what about pulsars with less? Are you going to have some preliminary model with high uncertainties or?
Basically, no, because without 4, you can't get an uncertainty. Like you could fit like a simple power law, but you couldn't get an uncertainty on it. So to me, that's not useful. I'd rather wait until you get a few more.
Sorry, can I follow on to that? Yeah. What if they're like well spaced in frequency?
It doesn't matter. You just need more input. The code will throw an error. It just breaks things. So, yeah.
I have a bit of a technical question. You mentioned that you use the AIC, the Akagi information criterion. Mostly in physics, I've seen people use the BIC, the Bayes. Is there any reason you use it for this particular kind of model?
I'm not familiar with that other one you mentioned, but we just, as a first go, basically just implemented what Jankowski did. Because it's very cited and very useful and very well done paper. But we are thinking of implementing other methods as options, so not just the Akagi information criterion, but also things like maybe instead of using least squares, we could do like some sort of Monte Carlo thing. So to an extent, this is the first step. So if that's better, or even if just some researchers prefer it, that's probably a feature we can implement in the future.
Okay, just briefly, my understanding of the AIC is that it's more useful for things that don't necessarily have an underlying number of physical parameters. So if you did a survey about cats or dogs, the number of answers may not have an underlying thing. So BIC, I think, is probably more relevant, but they both fit things to data. So it doesn't make too much difference for the most part.
Okay, I'll talk about that later. Yeah.
One more question.
It's actually 3, but anyway. What about upper limits? And is there a mechanism to catch objects that are scintillating, so have wildly different flux density measurements at the same frequency? So that's my first 2.
Okay, so the first one is upper limits. Chris and I have thought about this, but we're not sure how to implement it because you'd have to rewrite the catalog, and we can't find sort of an upper limits option in MWA, the least squares software. So it's definitely something we've thought about, but currently we're not sure how to do.
Yep.
And so the second part, sorry, could you remember what the second part was?
Is there something in the process that catches highly variable scintillating pulsars so that you're not using multiple different flux density measurements at the same frequency?
Yeah, so normally to get flux density measurements, you have sort of these observing campaigns where you observe the pulsar over a long period of time, and hopefully you can basically average out the scintillation. But one of the problems is you don't always know if they've, 1, done that, and 2, accounted for that in their uncertainties. But there are parts of the software where you can say, I don't trust this publication, exclude the data from the fit. And as well, then the Huber loss, if they've underestimated their uncertainties, hopefully it won't have too much of an effect on the fit. So, yeah.
Right. Part 3 is presumably it's a relatively manual process to get stuff out of the ATNF catalog, for example, into your catalog. So is there a reason a wholesale import hasn't been possible? And if it's manual, can we just like pay a student some number of hours to import the whole lot?
From the ATNF, it is easy, and I do that. So the ATNF values are actually technically in my catalog, but I've got a little underscore ATNF because they could be inaccurate. They might be moved to a different frequency and had to do some sort of approximation for that. So if you see the underscore ATNF, I have a little bit in the documentation that says, don't trust it, go find the publication and please add it to the catalog. But if you want to have someone who goes through all the catalogs and starts adding into our pulsar spectra, that'd be awesome. If you could do that, that would make my life and my thesis work a lot easier. So
simply a matter of time and money, isn't it?
Yeah.
So therefore easy.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that it's going to be a many hands make light work type thing. So hopefully everyone will put in like 3 or 4, and in no time this will be like massive.
Well, we should think about that because I think the uptake's going to be much more effective if you can say, this is the most complete repository of pulsar flux density data anywhere.
Yeah.
If it's sort of in the process of being constructed for a long time, it'll just go under people's radars.
Great, thank you very much, Nick. And now I have the pleasure of chairing my own talk, unless someone in the room wants to take that from me. So I will share my screen. And if someone can confirm that you can see that. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can, Sammy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I'll be talking about the second pulsar that was discovered with the Smart Survey. Ramesh has already mentioned it a couple of times. And before I get going, I just want to draw attention to the asterisk here against discovery, because I might forget to mention it later. So this is a genuine discovery in the Smart Survey, and after the fact, after we confirmed that it is a pulsar, after we did all the analysis that I'll be talking about in this talk, we then became aware that it had been previously detected in the Green Bank telescope pulsar survey. So we weren't actually the first people to see the pulsar, but it is still a genuine discovery, and we're the first group to actually analyze the pulsar and discover it for the interesting object that it is. And of course, all of the work that made this discovery possible is a joint effort from the entire SMART survey team. So credit to them. The reason why this pulsar is so interesting is because it relates to some very difficult science and open questions in pulsar science, which is exactly why do pulsars emit in the radio at all? It was a surprise when they were discovered 50 years ago that they were emitting this beam of radio waves. And to be honest, the process by which that happens is still not very well understood. And we've learned a lot about pulsars, and we can exploit pulsars for many other kinds of science. But the question that I'm interested in is just what is that physical process that generates the radio waves? And to do that, there's lots of ways of studying pulsars. One of the best ways is if you can study pulsars on a single pulse level, so from pulse to pulse. Pulsars are different from each other. And even for one pulsar, each pulse is different from each other as well. And we broadly understand this to be because the environment in which this emission takes place is a turbulent environment. So the magnetosphere of a pulsar is a turbulent environment. It's extremely high energy. And frankly, we are not able to replicate these conditions in a lab on Earth. And so we rely on our observations of pulsars to understand these highly relativistic plasmas that surround the pulsars. So just to put it into context, you've seen this plot a few times now. I've added just all of the pulsars from the 18F catalogue as green dots, and the pulsar that I'm talking about is this one on the right. It was actually discovered by our former student Keegan, who is also now actually working at the computation for the Curtin Institute for Computation. And I have an action shot here of him making a discovery. This actually happened when Ramesh mentioned the web app that we used to do this process, to search through the candidates. And this discovery happened in the very early days of that web app's development, in its beta stage. And Keegan decided that he would have a go at this whole pulsar hunting thing, and ran through a few candidates, and basically found this within 10 minutes of going on for the first time, much to the annoyance of people like Nick and some other undergrad students who had been searching for hours and hours and days and weeks and were coming up empty-handed, or not so empty-handed in the case of Nick, because he had already found one. Anyway, there's Keegan's comment about not sure what all the fuss is about. So Keegan found this top candidate in the top in Presto plot here. Some weeks later, Ramesh actually found the same pulsar in the same data, but with a slightly different pointing. And in the second pointing, it was a lot brighter. And this actually led to us realizing that we could exploit the tide array beam pattern, which it turns out we're kind of oversampling in a weird way, to flesh out, or to identify those candidates which are more likely to be real because they pop up with the same period and the same DM in multiple adjacent beams. And in fact, a long time after these discoveries were made, we did in fact simulate the tide array beam pattern, and sure enough, we find that at our best guess of where the pulsar is, which is the center of this plot, the best detection comes from the pointing that is nearest that main lobe pointing center, and that the original detection that Keegan found was actually this grating lobe over here. And the pattern you see here is, of course, due to the compact array and the hexagonal tiles, the tiles in the hexagonal configuration. So that was very interesting. And now we've actually taken what we've learned from that and put it into our web app to automatically cluster candidates that have similar periods and DMs and are spatially near each other in the sky to help us identify the most likely candidates the most quickly. But there was another surprise from this pulsar, which was music to my ears. If you look very closely at this detection plot, you can see that it looks like there is a kind of one student I think called it a tire pattern, tire tread mark. And this is a phenomenon called subpulse drifting. And the reason why I was really happy to see it was because basically that was the content of my entire PhD, studying subpulse drifting. So this was great. That meant I could download the data and use the tools that I had learned and developed over my PhD to study this particular source. And not only does it have subpulse drifting in it, but the subpulse drifting turned out to be super interesting. In fact, quite similar to the source that on which I spent most of my time during my PhD. And so here is a close-up of some of those tire tread marks, as we call it, subpulse drifting. Each of these lines I might call a drift band, in case I say that term later. And the interesting thing about it, which you can see immediately from these plots, is that the drift bands are not regular. So they change their slope, they change their spacing, sometimes they turn off altogether. And all of these things are interesting because basically since the 1970s, our best understanding of subpulse drifting as a phenomenon really comes down to a model called the carousel model. And this is the model that is used to interpret subpulse drifting by and large throughout most of the pulsar community. The trouble with the carousel model is that it's very hard to make the carousel do anything other than rotate very regularly with our understanding of the physics that happens near the surface. When you have a spark pattern like what I just showed that rotates very regularly around the magnetic axis, you invariably get a very regular drift band pattern. So anything that differs from that regularity is immediately very interesting because it presents challenges to the carousel model. So the first task really is to quantify how the drifting that we see in this pulsar is different from regular drifting. As is usually done with other similarly interesting pulsars, we try to classify the sets of drift bands by measuring the vertical spacing between them and any other properties that they have. So for this pulsar, I came up with a classification that basically put the drift bands into two main categories, which I've called A and B, and that's mostly dictated by the spacing between the drift bands, the vertical spacing. I should say that the horizontal spacing is quite similar across the board here. And I have these subtypes 1 and 2 to indicate, roughly speaking, how regular or how irregular, like how many kinks are in that otherwise regular subset of the drift bands. But this pulsar, when you look for long enough at some of these sets of drift bands, you find something quite interesting. Using a surprisingly small number of parameters, you can fit models to these drift bands. Here, I've gone with a model that is motivated by studies that go back several decades, which model the drift rate, so essentially the slope of each of these lines, as a continuously changing variable, and it changes exponentially as you move away from what we call a null. And in other pulsars, which are also slightly irregular but not as irregular as this, you often see the case where the drift rate begins at one value after a null and then relaxes exponentially into a stable drift rate further on. And we can argue that this is in fact what's happening here. But interestingly, not only is it doing it visibly in this particular set that I've highlighted, it's also doing it the other way, which we have observed in other observations. So whereas in the previous one, you could argue that this thing is slowing down, the carousel rotation rate is slowing down over time, and you can see these model fits are concave up. At other times, it seems to be speeding up. all of these things are very hard to understand in terms of the carousel model. Now, this pulsar turns out also to be nulling quite a lot. Those close-ups that I showed you earlier back here, these are really just some snippets where it was on for a while. But here you can see that once we took a full, this top line is the discovery observation, and once we processed the entire 80 minutes of that smart observation, we found that it was off most of the time. So we were actually a little bit lucky to have caught it in the first 10 minutes of processing. Overall, when you add up all of these archival observations and the detections and non-detections therein, we find that the pulsar has a nulling fraction of about 76, 77%. So it's off for that fraction of the time. And the connection between nulling and these interesting subpulse drifting, as I said, studies like this have been happening for decades. The first goes back to 1983, which introduced this exponentially decaying drift rate model. And in short, it's pulsars like this that make us able to present evidence that challenges standard accepted theories of subpulse drifting behavior. So this has just been published, and there's the DOI for it. And just to sum up, I'd like to just perhaps comment on the carousel model itself. As more of these pulsars pop up, it seems more and more likely that we're, or rather, it takes us more and more effort to tweak the carousel model to make it fit the data. And there, at some point, there might come a tipping point where we will have to eventually swap up the carousel model with something more sophisticated. And of course, doing that necessitates us having a much better understanding of the physics that happens near the pulsar surface. And we're very hopeful, actually, of finding similar pulsars within the SMART survey, particularly focusing on intermittent and nulling pulsars. The SMART survey has this, by comparison, extremely long dwell time of 80 minutes, which means that we're going to be more sensitive to pulsars that pop in and out over that 80 minutes or switch on and off, rather than previous surveys which can only afford, say, 5 minutes per pointing, for example. So we're planning follow-up for this particular source. We have, as Ramesh mentioned, we have these standard follow-up procedure of asking for GMRT and Parkes time to do this follow-up. That will mean we get excellent frequency coverage, and also you'll notice that I haven't said anything about polarization in this initial study. So we're hoping to do polarization studies of this pulsar and its single pulsars also in the future. And I will leave it there. Thank you. Are there questions?
Yes, from Stephen.
Thanks, Sammy. In the carousel model, is it the case that each of those emitting regions are on constantly, and do they produce radio emission at the same rate all the time? Or some of these adaptations have some of these sparking regions turning on and off, or being variable in their emission properties over time? Does that help, or is that sort of adaptation one of the things that's done?
Yes, in a few different ways. The first one that comes to mind is the way that the carousel model has most recently been adapted to take into account the existence of multiple modes of drifting, like you see here. I've got this A2 and the A mode and the B mode where the vertical separation is different. It's quite hard in the carousel model to account for that by changing the speed of the rotation, because that's something that's set by the electric and magnetic properties, which are not expected to change on such timescales. However, a lot of work has been done to try and ask what happens if what we're observing in the drifting is an aliasing of this rotation, and if the number of sparks changes, for instance. So if you have those two things in play, then you can get it so that the apparent drift rate changes even though the carousel rate itself doesn't. So it's as if we can say, yes, okay, the carousel model has kind of survived that hurdle. And however, having said that, there is, as far as I know, there is absolutely no discussion on why a spark would disappear or appear. What sets the number of sparks for a given pulsar is completely an unanswered question. So it still feels like a lot of the ways that have been invoked to account for such deviations, you can do it empirically. You can do it. You can say, okay, well, if it behaved like this, then you can get the drift rate that you see, or you can get this particular property that you see, but it's very rare for these things to be physically motivated.
Hi, Sammy. So I was probably paying less attention when you were trying to make that point between null drift for 08, 09, which is a regular nuller, right? That's a regular sequence of nulling. So what is the common or interesting point here?
So here, for this example in particular, 08, 09, it's one of those cases where it's very, very regular, except right after a null. So it has a slightly different drift rate right after a null, and then it relaxes into a stable drift rate. And that was what they were measuring in this paper. Interestingly, follow-up studies of the same drift pattern have argued, this source in particular is quite interesting because they have argued that you wouldn't see the effect, you wouldn't see that effect as you see it if aliasing of the carousel rotation were in play, which means that in that particular case, you have to infer that the carousel rotation rate has a particular speed, which, as it turns out, is very hard to square with the kinds of rotation speeds that theory predicts. So that's interesting for that source. The connection with this one is simply that in both cases, you see a gradual change in the drift rate in the context of nearby nulls.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Any more questions? I think we're good from the room, Sammy.
Okay, I will stop sharing my video and introduce the next speaker, which is Chris Lee. So Chris is one of our honour students and has been doing some excellent work with Ramesh and Marcin, looking at the SKA-Low precursor stations.
All right, thanks everyone. So I'm Chris. I'm an undergraduate student from Curtin, and my work is spectral evolution of pulsar radio emission using the SKA-Low precursor stations. I thank my supervisors and my collaborators for their support during this work, and obviously the MWA team for allowing me to talk today. So the main focus of this work is to demonstrate the scientific capabilities of the initial system of the SKA-Low precursor stations. So I'll begin with a short background on pulsars and SKA stations, and then I'll describe a shallow all-sky census that we performed with both stations, and then how we use those detections to sample the radio spectra of a small sample of pulsars. And then utilizing the software that Nick described, we modeled and analyzed these radio spectra. And then finally at the end, I'm going to do a short investigation into some of the non-detections that we had from that all-sky census. So just to recap, pulsars are really astrophysically interesting objects. They emerge after the supernova events of really massive stars, and they rotate on average about twice per second. And their magnetic field strength is of the order 1 trillion times stronger than that here on Earth. So pulsars have a wide range of really important and high-profile applications within physics and astrophysics. And that ranges from exploiting the timing stability of millisecond pulsars to detect ultra-low frequency gravitational waves, to performing the most precise tests of strong field gravity to date. And for this reason, pulsars are ranked as a key science for the upcoming square kilometre array at low frequencies. So typically pulsar radio spectra show steep simple power laws with a mean spectral index of -1.6. And this is just an example of a typical spectral fit that you would find. But some of the non-recycled pulsar population do show a spectral turnover at around about 100 megahertz. And again, this is just an example of that. But in order to constrain these more interesting behaviors at low and high frequencies, we need spectral data in these frequency ranges. And for that reason, pulsars that have poor sampling in these frequency ranges are often fit with more simple models like the simple power law. And spectral modeling of a larger sample of pulsars is important to better understand the still mysterious pulsar emission mechanism. And it may also give us a probe of the intervening interstellar medium between us and the pulsar. But relating to the SKA-Low stations, performing this spectral modeling is actually really useful for population studies, which can help us to plan future surveys with the SKA-Low, because it allows us to better predict how many pulsars might be detectable in these frequency ranges. So most of the models that we use to fit pulsar spectra are empirical, so they have no physical motivation behind them. And these include things like the simple and the broken power law, and also the log parabolic spectrum. But there is some models which are physically motivated. So that includes the low frequency turnover, which can be described by either synchrotron self-absorption or free absorption, depending on the parameters that you use in the model. And also the high frequency cutoff model has more recently been described in the context of coherent pulsar emission. So that's electrons accelerating away from the neutron star surface due to the electric field strength of the pulsar. But it's not entirely clear whether these spectral features in these spectra are intrinsic, as in they occur within the pulsar's magnetosphere, or environmental in nature, so they're occurring within the intervening interstellar medium. There is evidence to support both of these arguments, so it may be the case that these spectral features are partially intrinsic and partially environmental. And just more on this high frequency cutoff model, because it is a particularly interesting one. It has been observed since the earliest years of pulsar astronomy back in 1973, but it only got an analytical model assigned to it in more recent years by Kantorovich in 2013. And this model, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, relates the high frequency cutoff to electrons being accelerated by the pulsar's magnetic field. And as those electrons approach the speed of light, the acceleration slows down and we get this hard high frequency cutoff. And because of that, this emission model predicts that all of the radiated power is constrained within the radio frequency band. And this model is also closely related to physical parameters, namely the magnetic field strength and the emission height, which is quite useful, and I'll get to that later, but we can essentially infer these parameters from a spectral fit. So currently in the ATNF pulsar catalog, there's over 3,300 known pulsars, and over 70% of them have absolutely no spectral data available below 400 megahertz. And similarly, above 2 gigahertz, there's absolutely no spectral data for around 85% of these pulsars. And an additional issue on top of this is that the majority of flux density measurements are from beamform detections, which are notoriously difficult to achieve absolute flux density calibration for, which quite often leads to large uncertainties on these data points, which limits the constraints that we can put on spectral models. And the combination of these challenges leads to quite a lot of poorly constrained spectra, such as this, where there's a big uncertainty on what spectral features the spectrum might actually show. So more data needs to be published for us to better constrain these features and to learn more about the pulsar emission mechanism. So now getting to the SKA-Low precursor stations. In this work, we used the AAVS2 and the Engineering Development Array 2, which are essentially used to test SKA technology and to better prepare for science with the SKA-Low telescope. And this is just an image of the AVS2. Both of them use the same analog and digital signal chain, and they operate in around the same frequency range with a single coarse channel bandwidth of around 1 megahertz for the initial system. The AVS2 uses the Christmas tree style log parabolic antennas, which we have an image of here. And the EDA2 uses the antennas, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, the MWA dipoles. So they're essentially the main difference between these two stations. So the stations can be directly compared to each other to learn more about the new SKA-Low antennas and other new SKA technologies. And the last major difference between these stations and the MWA is that they perform real-time beamforming. So essentially they just save the beamformed voltages, and that means that the data rate is a lot lower than the Murchison wide field array, and it saves at only 12 gigabytes per hour. And this is really useful for things like high cadence pulsar monitoring, where there'll be a lot of observations. So if you're recording MWA observations for these observations, then it would be quite a large data yield. So since the EDA2 and the MWA use the same antennas, we can perform a direct comparison between them. So as mentioned earlier, the frequency range is a little bit wider than the MWA, and in log space, it's actually, the MWA only covers 60% of the frequency range of the EDA. And then since the MWA is using many coarse channels, it actually has 33 times the bandwidth if we're comparing it to the initial system of the EDA2. It has 8 times more antennas, but according to some simulations that Martin ran, the actual effective area of the MWA is a bit over 5 times more of the EDA2. And it's not entirely clear why this is the case, but essentially it appears at first glance that arranging the MWA dipoles in a more compact configuration has been able to yield a higher effective area per dipole. But yeah, more investigation is going to be necessary here to work out exactly why this is the case. And then the last thing is just directly comparing the data yield of the EDA2 to the MWA VCS system, which saves tile voltages at 28 terabytes per hour. So moving on to the work that we actually performed with the stations. So to test the detection capabilities of the stations, we observed 100 known pulsars with DMs up to 400 parsecs per centimeters cubed. But we only detected 22 of these pulsars, and 17 of these pulsars we managed to get simultaneous detections of the stations, which is particularly useful because it allows us to compare between these measurements that we take from the detections. And we had 78 non-detections, which I'll get to later. So for the brightest of these detections, we decided to do follow-up observations at multiple frequencies. And that yields some interesting observations like this one of the Vela pulsar, where we can see quite a dramatic evolution in frequency for the pulse profile. And most of the detections were near the center of the frequency range, but there was a couple of pulsars which we made detections across the majority of the EDA and the AVS frequency range. So this is just a galactic sky map of the pulsar detections, where the green ones are the pulsars that we made detections at multiple frequencies, and the orange ones at single frequencies. And then I've also plotted the non-detections with color coordinated based on the DM, and that'll be relevant later on when we come to accounting for these non-detections. And lastly, we've got this gallery of integrated pulse profiles for the detected pulsars, where most of them are quite low signal-to-noise ratio, but a handful of them have a relatively high signal-to-noise ratio, which are the ones that we followed up with multiple observations at multiple frequencies. So for each of the detections, we measured phased averaged flux densities, which we calibrated by comparing the off-pulse noise to an estimated value based on some beam simulations. And then we verified this calibration using some electromagnetic simulations in the FECO software. And then we performed another verification by just comparing the measurements between the two stations to make sure that they were relatively in agreement. And as you can see, the majority of them are in agreement within a factor of 2, which gives us a level of confidence on these measurements. So now getting to the spectral modeling that we performed on the spectra. using our measurements combined with the literature. Nick described it in his presentation, but just to recap, it's an open source flux density catalog, and it has some automated spectral modeling, so it's really easy to use. And in our case, we compared 5 different spectral models, and it's robust against outlier data, which is particularly important when you're working with different systematic errors from different publications. And then the software also includes some basic spectral analysis tools, which will be expanded on later on, but it can calculate, for example, the peak frequency of a log parabolic spectrum, or it can infer an emission height from the high frequency cutoff fit. So this is just an example of where the EDA2 and the AVS2 measurements have revealed some interesting low frequency behavior for one of these pulsars that we observed, where it was a simple power law before, but getting more low frequency measurements, it was able to improve the spectrum at low frequencies. So all but one out of the pulsars that we detected did show spectral features, and that may be a result of the fact that our sample is biased towards bright pulsars, which would likely have more low frequency measurements. So it is more likely that we're going to observe spectral features. The most popular models were broken power law and low frequency turnover, and then log parabolic spectrum, which we have examples of here, and then the high frequency cutoff. And 16 of the pulsars which we analyzed were able to update the best fit models simply by combining it with more data from the literature and also our new data from our work. And an important distinction to make is the difference between measuring a flux density from a beam-formed pulsar detection and measuring a continuum flux density from an image, which are essentially 2 different classes of measuring the flux density. And for this reason, we considered the spectral modeling as separate cases, where in one case we simply excluded the continuum flux measurements just to see if it would change the spectral fit. And in some cases it did, like in this example, but in many cases it didn't really change the fit. But it's still important to consider these kinds of things. And now finally getting to inferring the emission heights from the high frequency cutoff spectrum, we can simply multiply the rotation period with the square of the high frequency cutoff frequency from our spectral fit, and we can get the magnetic field strength in the polar cap. And from that, if we assume a dipole magnetic field and a canonical, like standard 1.5 solar mass neutron star, we can infer an emission height. And from this particular example, we found that the magnetic field strength was around 2 × 10⁻⁻⁷ Gauss, and the emission height was around 52 kilometers from the center of the neutron star, which is a lot lower than you would typically expect from other more common methods to derive the emission height. And that may reflect the fact that this model may have problems with it, or the actual emission model itself may have problems. But the only way to learn more about this is to collect further high frequency data and for a larger sample of pulsars. So now getting back to the non-detections, there's a couple of main reasons why 78% of the pulsars were not detected. And this is another place where pulsar spectra, our software, comes into play, because the initial assumption that we made to compile this sample of pulsars was using a higher frequency measurements and extrapolating it down to low frequencies. But at a later stage, we developed this software, so we're able to make a new estimation of how many of these 100 pulsars we were actually expecting to detect. And in this case, over half of them fell below the sensitivity limit of the stations on this histogram here. But then that still leaves half of them that were above the sensitivity limit. So we also account for the fact that many of these pulsars had very high DMs, and high DM pulsars are much more likely to experience scattering by the interstellar medium. And then finally, there's 9 pulsars which fell into the white regions of both of these histograms, which essentially means that they're bright sources and they have low DMs. And these are essentially unaccounted for, but we may be able to say that some of these sources could have been due to interstellar scintillation, which is greatly exaggerated at low frequencies, and also for pulsars with low DMs. And then lastly, the stations are currently undergoing a bandwidth upgrade to use 32 channels or more worth of bandwidth, which essentially will upgrade the sensitivity 5-fold and correspondingly will increase the search volume quite significantly. And this is just one example of where the signal to noise ratio has correspondingly had a 5-fold increase just by upgrading to 32 channels. So just to summarize, we demonstrated the pulsar detection capabilities of the initial setup of the stations. We're able to detect 8 pulsars at multiple frequencies and 14 pulsars at single frequencies. And this is just really a demonstration of how even the initial system of the stations can be used for meaningful science, even with a modest sensitivity. And we did this by measuring flux densities for all the detections, modeling the spectra, and then we were able to present best fit models which were updated for 16 pulsars, which is really suggesting a promising future for low frequency pulsar astronomy, even in the earliest phases of the SKA-Low, even in the phase where we're only working with prototype stations. So keep an eye out for my publication and also for Nick's publication for the software that we used. It's been submitted to Pulsar, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Chris. Mia, questions?
First one is actually from me. Did you say you're still an undergraduate student? You did the engineering and the, is that right? Yep. Okay, I think I can safely say you have a bright career in radio astronomy if you want. Question over here.
Hey, just with your EDA and AVS detections, you said you have a 1 megahertz bandwidth, and at such low frequencies, you expect a fair bit of scintillation. So how did you deal with the scintillation? Because obviously you can't average over frequency to get an average value.
So typically the main way to account for scintillation would just be to take multiple frequencies and average over them. But in our case, we didn't do that. We only had single frequencies. So there is actually a few cases where we noticed quite significant scintillation where the flux densities were fluctuating about the model. That was only for maybe a third of the pulsars that we analyzed. But in those cases, we're essentially relying on the model fitting that we implemented where it has the, where it essentially de-weights the outlier data points. But if we wanted to perform more rigorous analysis of the spectra, then yeah, we would have to take multiple observations, but we didn't do that.
Sorry, there's one more.
Thank you for your talk, Chris. I had a quick question. You've mentioned that when you were adding your flux density from your continuum images, you saw a deviation from the expected spectra that you thought you would get. Can you comment on how many of the pulsars actually showed this sort of deviation when you were adding your flux density from your images?
Yeah, so it mainly occurred in pulsars which had spectra which were already quite poorly constrained, like this one, where a lot of them have quite large uncertainties, and there's no real, there's no like strong model fit here, like without the inclusion of the pink stars, which are the continuum flux measurements. So it was probably less than a third of them that had actually noticeable changes in the fit. The rest of them would be quite similar models with maybe slight deviations. But yeah, it wasn't many of them. Obviously, we'd need to analyze a larger sample of pulsars to get a better idea of which ones were deviating like that. But the main concern really with the continuum flux measurements is source confusion, which is where you get blending with other nearby sources in the field, which is not as much of a problem for pulsars which are far away from the galactic plane. And since the stations have modest sensitivity, we actually mainly detected sources away from the galactic plane. So in most cases, you wouldn't really expect source blending to be an issue. But yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Sammy.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. That was excellent. And now we have Dilpreet, who is a recently graduated PhD student in our group. And her work, she'll tell us about a particular pulsar with interesting ramifications for pulsar timing arrays. Take it away, Dilpreet.
Thanks, Emmy.
So hello everyone, and first of all, congratulations, you have made it to the last talk of the session. And thank you so much for being patient and to the last talk. So today I'll be talking about the frequency dependence DM. So this is the first ever observational evidence of such an effect towards this pulsar. So whatever I will be talking today is all in my paper, which published a few months back. So you can go and check it out. So this one is essentially towards a millisecond pulsar, 22415236. So why this particular pulsar? Because this is one of the prime target for the current and upcoming pulsar timing array experiments. And this pulsar has been continuously monitored by Parkes telescope and as well as by Meerkat. So what is pulsar timing? So briefly, pulsars are very highly stable clocks of the universe. So if we use an array of pulsars spread across the sky and use the timing observations of pulsars, this can be used to detect the ultra low frequency gravitational waves. And there are multiple different groups across the world which are using the array of pulsars to detect ultra low frequency gravitational waves. For example, European Pulsar Timing Array, the Parkes Pulsar Timing Array, Nanograv, and there are also multiple new emerging groups from India, China, South Africa, and this is also a key science topic for the SKA. So this project does not come in an easy way. This comes with multiple challenges. So one of the major challenges is the interstellar medium in the line of sight of the pulsars. So basically, one of the effects that interstellar medium introduces is the dispersion. So when we observe the pulsar over a certain bandwidth, you can see the signal is received earlier at the higher frequency and it has received later at the low frequency end. So this is very important to correct for this effect and in all the pulsar observation. And this can only be done by using the correct DM value, which is the integral of electrons in the line of sight of the pulsar. So this is very important to measure this DM accurately for every single pulsar with every single observation. Why with every single observation? Because this tend to change over time. So this is just an example of a pulsar, which is also a timing array pulsar 1909, and very good target for the timing array experiments. So you can see the DM varies over time. So the variations can be different for different pulsars. It can be from few parts in 100 to few parts in 10,000. So even if we consider a small change, which is few part in 10,000, you can see that that can introduce a delay of 300 nanoseconds at timing frequencies, which is 1 to 2 gigahertz. But if so, these delays are very small and very hard to measure. But as the dispersion has inverse frequency independence, which means that the effect will be higher at the low frequencies, the same kind of DM change can introduce 30 microsecond of delay at the low frequencies, particularly below 300 megahertz. So there come my motivation, and that's where the low frequency telescope, the MWA, came into the picture. So you all know about this telescope, and I don't need to mention this beautiful telescope, which I used for my studies. And the important thing which is to note about the MWA is that it is not came as like many other radio telescope. The MWA doesn't come with the pulsar backend. So what we need to do is we record the voltages from all the 128 tiles, and after the 2 stages of channelization, we got the 10 kilohertz 100 microsecond time resolution data. And this data is very heavy, and that's approximately 30 terabytes per hour. So that's why we can we translate all the data from the observatory to the POSI supercomputing facility. So there we can beamform the data in 2 different ways. Either we can use the native frequency resolution, which is 10 kilohertz and 100 microsecond. And this one is really good for the pulsar surveys or for the long period pulsars. But we can also undo the second stage of channelization and can obtain the high time resolution data, which is very useful to study the millisecond pulsars. And that is what I was using the high time resolution data for my observations. Another important thing to note about the MWA is that we can use the 30 megahertz bandwidth, or we can say that 24 coarse channels, and we can either use them as a single one, anywhere from 80 megahertz to 300 megahertz, or we can split those 24 channels into sub bands and we can spread it across the entire bandwidth. So we normally call this kind of observation mode as a picket fence mode. And this is a little bit complicated than using a full 30 megahertz bandwidth in a single go. So, but I was using this picket fence mode in all of my pulsar observations. And this mode of observation is really important when you want to study the interstellar medium, because this gives us the larger frequency lever, which is very crucial to measure the DM with very high precision. Okay, so this one is the very first result when older result when I observed this pulsar for the first time with the MWA. So why this pulsar? Because it has a very narrow pulse profile, only 150 microsecond when we go from even from the MWA to the Parkes band. But the important thing to note about the low frequency is that you can see two precursor components popping up at the low frequencies. So this is very this was very interesting and was seen for the first time when this pulsar was observed with the MWA. But even with the precursor components, and we were able to reach the 1 microsecond timing precision, and we were able to measure the DM with very high precision of 10⁻⁻⁶, which is one of the best kind of precision for this pulsar till now. So another interstellar medium effects are scintillation and scattering. So as the pulsar signal travels through the ISM, the ISM either distort the pulse profile or the modulations can be seen over the time. The important thing is that to note here is that I will just explain this right one. So this is the dynamic spectra of the same pulsar in the GMRT band, which goes from 300 megahertz to 500 megahertz. So the important thing here to note is that the scattering varies as frequency to the power -4. So this has a very strong frequency dependence. And so this has very important implications on the pulsar signal when we observe it over a certain bandwidth. So this was the effect theoretically theorized by Cordes et al. In 2016, but people have been thinking about it from the 1990s. So the first theoretical prediction was in 2016 by Cordes et al., where you can see that when we observe a pulsar over a certain bandwidth or at different frequencies, theoretically you will see a different DM at different frequencies, because depending on the ray path traveled by the signal through the ISM. So you can see here in the left is a thin screen model, which you can see the ideal kind of model, where the paths or the volume of the ISM sampled by the high frequency observations is smaller as compared to the one which is sampled by the low frequency observations, or at low frequencies you can see with this brown lines. But in actual, the ISM is not that simple. So it can be more complicated, and the ray path will be traveling a more complicated way to the observer. So another thing is that there are only very few observational evidence for this effect till now. So the first one was from Ramachandran towards the millisecond pulsar 1937. And very recently there are studies by Donner et al. On the long period pulsar 2219. But the thing here is that all the observation evidence are over very small bandwidth. So there's no observational evidence over a wider range of frequencies to analyze this effect and to study this, how this will be varying. So then there comes my motivation for another project. So I use a combination of 3 different telescopes, the MWA, GMRT, and Parkes, and to cover the frequencies from 80 megahertz all across to 4 gigahertz. So this was a very carefully planned observing campaign. So we used all 3 telescopes in a manner that we observe the pulsar within the 24-hour window, because we want to rule out the temporal variations, because the pulsars also move in the sky. So we wanted to capture the signal as close as possible with all the 3 telescopes. So this is also one of the artwork which you have seen multiple times. So just to explain the concept very artistically to the general audience, that okay, we have used the 3 different telescopes which are sitting at the 3 different locations on the Earth, and coordinating them. It was a challenging task, but it was all worth. So now we have, as I said, that we did the observation within the 24-hour window, so we have ruled out the temporal DM variations in this pulsar. But another important thing to note is that this pulsar is in a 3.5-hour binary orbit with a black widow type companion. And there were studies in the gamma ray studies where shock is seen in the over the orbital phase. So it was very important for us to see if there are any DM variations as a function of orbital phase for this particular pulsar, because even a smaller contribution of DM we needed to understand and capture before delving into the frequency dependence of DM. So for this one, there was a big challenge that the MWA can only record for 90 minutes. And the orbital period is 3.5 hours, which is much larger than 90 minutes. So we planned a very careful observation for this particular pulsar, where I split down the 90-minute into a 10-minute observing slots with a 15 minutes of gap. So this was just in a one observing session, just in a one recording, because we don't want to the temporal variations to come into the picture. And we used the full frequency coverage, like the picket fence mode to cover from 80 megahertz to 220 megahertz. So this was essentially like taking hundreds of individual MWA observations of 10 minutes, and it was very challenging to make this observation work, and the calibration was another challenge. But in the end, it was all worth when we looked into our results. So this is basically after taking all the observation, I measured the DM, and this is the DM as a function of orbital phase. So we can see that there is a slight DM excess seen in the pulse phase from 0.3 to 0.5. So this is another observation with the MWA, where we partially covered the orbital phase. But the DM excess is very small, but still it can introduce few nanoseconds of timing noise, but this can be manageable. So we now know that how much this one is contributing, and we can just take note of that when we looked into the frequency dependence of the DM. So the similar kind of excess was also seen in our GMRT observation, but the DM precision is not very good, but you can see there's a slight DM excess at that pulse phase. So although this pulsar is not eclipsing, but still there are some DM excess, and that could be due to the plasma wind, which is creating a tailing effect when it is revolving around the pulsar, and that plasma wind is interacting with the pulsar signal. But the thing is that now we know that how much that DM contribution is as a function of orbital phase, and this is very small, so we can say that we have hold on that thing as well. So the next one is the profile evolution with frequency. All the pulsars are very active, and they show profile evolution when we observe from different frequencies. And so this pulsar was also showing. But the thing is that for this one, the profile is very narrow, so the profile evolution was very small. So it was almost 2% for the GMRT band, but it was around 10% for the MWA and UWL bands, because we were covering a larger fractional bandwidth. And to account for this profile evolution in the DM measurement, I used two different techniques. One is narrowband timing and wideband timing. In narrowband timing, I partially covered the profile evolution with frequency, whereas the wideband timing takes into account the full profile evolution with frequency. Okay, so now we have the hold on all of the three major things which can be a showstopper for us to detect to investigate the frequency dependence in DM. So this is the results after taking into account everything. So this is the x-axis is frequency and y-axis is the DM measurements, and the colored dots are the DM measurements at different frequencies. At low frequencies, the error bars are very small. This is because the measurements are very highly precise, and you can see this inset plot with very small error bars. So the left one is with the narrowband timing, which partially covers the frequency evolution with profile evolution with frequency. And the right one is the wideband timing, which takes into account the profile evolution with frequency. So the results are not very discrepant, but you can see that we clearly saw the evidence of different DM varying as a function of frequency. So it varies as few parts in 100 from the low end to the high end of the observation, but it was small as a few part in 10,000 from the MWA to the GMRT band. But we observed this kind of effect at 3 different epochs. And so we also tried to do empirical fitting on the variation of DM with frequency. And we found out that the scaling index is different for different observations. So this is something to watch out for the pulsars which are used for the timing array experiments, because this is just for one single pulsar and 3 different observing epochs. But we need to study this effect for multiple different pulsars which are in the timing array scenario, and we need to track this kind of things for at multiple different epochs to get a complete idea or complete picture that how the scaling index, what is the scaling index, and how the DM is varying over the wide range of frequencies. So that's it. I will leave with my summary that we made a very high precision DM measurements with the MWA, and mainly because of its low frequencies and the picket fence mode that we can use. And we saw a very small kind of DM excess, and that was also we were able to see because we have a DM measurement. We can measure the DM with very high precision. So this cannot be measured by the GMRT or the Parkes observations, because they will not reach the DM precision we have with the MWA. And we have the compelling result that we saw the frequency dependence of DM with frequency over the wide range of frequencies. And this was the first ever observational evidence of the theory that was theorized by Cordes et al. In 2016. And we have the empirical scaling. So this is the average scaling of 2.5 plus minus 0.1. But again, this is something to watch out for different pulsars at different observing epochs. And so the results are a little bit discrepant from the theory which was proposed by Cordes. But again, this is an area of research which one need to be looked at regular intervals. And more details are in my paper. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. My sound working?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, great.
We have a question already in the room.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Really interesting. So you're making measurements sort of at 1 part in a million kind of accuracy, which is really, really impressive. But I'm wondering if there are other sort of second and higher order effects in the physics that have traditionally been swept under the rug that are also active at this level. Can you comment on whether there's any tension there?
The effects which were related to, for example, the pulsar emission or the stuff like that.
Or you know, the propagation or what you would measure for just for DM or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the because this is a millisecond pulsar and the light cylinder for millisecond pulsar is very narrow, so we can't say that at different frequencies the evolution will be very different. And for the other ISM effects, we also checked for the scintillation and scattering, but those were very small as compared to the pulse profile of the pulsar. The pulse profile is very narrow, and we measured the scintillation bandwidth from our GMRT observation, because MWA observations were not really good in was not very high quality that we do any other kind of studies. But from the GMRT, we saw that the scintillation bandwidth was very small, and it turned out only 20 microsecond for the when we translate it to the MWA band. So this comes very smaller than the pulse period of the pulsar, which is 2.18 millisecond.
Right.
Other effects were like very smaller, so that's why for this particular.
Excellent, thanks.
So I think that's an interesting point. I don't think that it's not lots talked about, but if you are referring to possibility of seeing a departure from nu to the power -2 kind of an effect, and that's is something that you could technically expect when you go to like a way less than 50 megahertz. And so, I mean, we don't necessarily look for it here, because the working assumption here is that when you get the TOAs, times of arrival, you just fit for that nu to the power -2. But in theory, if you go to like a very low frequencies, and you could be sensitive to something called that super dispersion, or essentially departure from nu to the power -2. That's one of the things that is basically rugged under, the carpet, if you want to say. But I would say that even with the microsecond precision, we are probably not really sensitive to that.
Any more questions in the room? Fantastic. Oh, thank you again, Bill Preet, for an amazing talk. We love to hear how MWA does it best. So that wraps it up for the day. If you have any feedback at all, please send me an email, or we've got a little suggestion box outside as well that you can use. For everyone here at CSIRO, there is lunch also served in the same room as the seminar room. For everyone online, I wish you lots of good food, and we'll see you back tomorrow for another excellent day of MWA. We'll attempt a group photo tomorrow after I get the technical details for that figured out. Thanks again. Bye.